The flood of investment agreements.
Deals were once again on display.
Saudis are open for business.
The cessation of sanctions against Syria.
Another big victory for the Crown Prince is that no guardrail may be set up just yet.
Headline after headline.
Trust Bloomberg for on-the-ground coverage. The numbers will be quite substantial, up-to-the-minute reporting.
Driven the price of oil down.
And the analysis you need.
It's basically going to put this region into the same sort of sphere as the US and China.
No one covers geopolitics like Bloomberg. Get your fixed income fix. Watch Bloomberg Real Yield around the world right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Middle East and Africa. Vibrant resources and high-yield investment opportunities abound. Join me on Horizon Middle East and Africa for the stories, newsmakers, and insight from this exciting region. Now weekdays, only on Bloomberg.
From the beating heart of global finance, economics, and politics, and wherever newsmakers are moving markets, Bloomberg brings you conversations that allow for deep discussions and important insights. What do you think the future is for inflation? Is this new normal? Are markets too optimistic? How do you worry about the things that are outside your control? How does the current fighting completely stop? I'm Foxy Lakwa, and this is The Pulse, every weekday only on Bloomberg.
From the world of politics to the world of business, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines deliver news, insight, and analysis live 2 times a day, every trading day. Balance of Power at 1 and 5 Eastern, only on Bloomberg.
Welcome back to Open Interest. Here's your setup on this Monday morning. Red on the screen, the S&P 500 down about 0.4%. Big tech even more. I would say 0.4% on the S&P 500 might look resilient when you consider the fact that Tesla shares are down more than 7% pre-market. But it's the small guys that are getting beat up the most, with the Russell 2000 down about 0.7% to start the week, Matt Miller.
That's tough for the small caps.
Yeah.
I guess we had rates come back up at the end of last week. Right now we're looking at a little bit of a gain, 436, 437 on the 10-year. We have, though, really, I think, after the passage of the big, beautiful bill, a signal that Republicans are going to do whatever Donald Trump wants them to do. And he's free now to put even higher tariffs on our trading partners.
You know who is not doing whatever Donald Trump wants is Elon Musk. That ties into Tesla, which we're going to talk about even more. We're going to get into CoreWeave as well and Core Scientific. A lot more coming up, including the opening bell. And coming up next, we'll walk you through the action with Lori Calvasina of RBC next. This is Bloomberg.
Hello, this is DrPaulCottrell, and we are live streaming on Rumble, on YouTube, on my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and today we are doing a simulcast on X Spaces. Thank you for joining. I greatly appreciate it. Please make sure you subscribe to all my channels. I have 4 channels on YouTube, Brighteon, Bitchute, and Rumble. All the links are in the description of the videos. Click the link, subscribe, share the links, ask your social media to follow me. I greatly appreciate it. If you like the work that I do, all this that I do are for free. I tell you where to get into the market, how to earn a little bit of money in the process, and also how to improve your health and wellness, all for free. All right. So if you'd like to help support my work, go to my website. You can donate, or you can be a paid member to my Patreon channel. I do not put anything behind a paywall. I think people that put stuff behind a paywall are just trying to milk you. But the thing is that I come from maybe old school thinking that news should be for free. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. If you'd like to help support the work, you can donate through Stripe, PayPal, or Buy Me a Coffee on my website, on the homepage at the very bottom. Again, you can be a paid member to my Patreon channel. Nothing is behind a paywall, and it's through the patronage of the individuals donating, sharing the links, and purchasing the products that I have on my store that helps support the work that I do. Thank you very much. So some of the things that we're going to be going over today are obviously Tesla and Elon Musk how his whole third party may affect his stock. The tariff letters, OPEC plus, they issued new barrels of oil onto the market, so that's affecting price. We're going to go over that. Right now, the S&P 500 futures are at 6,300, and the market will open up in about 1 minute. All right, so we also have that flood in Texas that took place. I think over 60 people have been killed, maybe about 70 or so, many of them children. And we'll go over the markets. The natural gas is trading at 3.38, and oil is trading at 67.38. I'm going to go into a little bit more detail later in the broadcast on why that is and how to position yourself. So thank you for joining. I greatly appreciate it.
Covers jobs day like Bloomberg.
Moments away from the start of trading. This is Bloomberg Open Interest. I'm Matt Miller. We are looking at futures that are lower this morning. S&P futures off about 1/3 from an all-time high, of course. NASDAQ futures down a little bit more, 0.5%. So tech stocks losing more. That could be explained by the drop that we see in Tesla today. And then the small caps off by 0.7%. You hear the bell at the New York Stock Exchange. It's being run by Carly Kloss, who is apparently a supermodel that started this organization, Code with Klossy, for girls or gender expansive youth 10 years ago. It's going to be about as important a skill as weaving pretty soon, now that AI is out, right? Wayton Financial Limited, bringing about the New York Stock Exchange. And those shares are actually up 40% from their IPO, which I believe was in April at $4 a piece. But the most important takeaway from this is that their ticker is WTF. Why the face?
Why the face? That's exactly what that stands for. Let's talk about Tesla shares right now. Really slumping. That's after Elon Musk is diving back into politics with the new formation of a new U.S. political party. William Blair downgraded the stock market perform in the wake of the news and the passage of the Trump tax bill. You add it all together, Tesla shares down about 6.6% at the opening bell. Its year-to-date losses, Matt Miller, now pretty close to 30% on the year.
Right. Still worth over $1 trillion in market cap. Well, actually, you know what? Why don't I check the actual...
There you go.
No, 941 billion only. So once again, Tesla falls out of the Four Comma Club. CoreWeave is buying data center operator Core Scientific. It's a deal that we've been following for at least a year. Right? The Wall Street Journal reported at the end of June that they were interested in Core Scientific. They attempted to buy Core Scientific for $1 billion.
$1 billion.
How many years ago was that?
That was sometime in 2024, I believe.
Oh, so 1 year ago.
Yeah.
And now
$9
billion. I guess that's a lesson if you're a seller.
Just wait it out.
Wait. And for some reason, Core Scientific shares are down.
Yeah, we're going to get into that.
That doesn't make much sense at all. So we will continue to follow that story for you. Last quarter, dozens of companies halted guidance due to macroeconomic uncertainty. Now Goldman Sachs expects companies to restart guidance as tariff levels come into focus. Here's head of asset allocation research, Christian Muller-Glissman.
In that earnings season starting July 15th, we will get companies potentially reporting first impacts, but more importantly, give guidance. And we'll learn if this is a relative value story, where there's a few specific companies impacted, or if it's an S&P, if it's a beta story. And I think that's what we need to understand, because if you look at the impact correlation, like how the market prices volatility.
Okay, so the S&P 500 is trading at 6,253 right now. VIX is at 1763. Euro is trading at 1.17. Oil is trading at 67.36. BITO, which is the long for Bitcoin ETF, is trading at 20.83. Japanese yen is trading at 145.64. Natural gas is trading at 3.366. Gush is at 23.5. 8.56, and DRIP is trading at 9.41. Now, let's talk about the S&P 500. Now, the S&P 500, again, is trading at 6,252. There is a resistance. There is a resistance level at 6,350 now, and a support level at 6,250. If the 6,250 breaks, then the next support level is going to be 6,130. Now, what's going on in the news is the tariff letters. The tariff letters are going to about 15 to 18 different countries, and those tariffs will be in effect by August 1st. There was a little bit of a sell-off in the Asian market when this came out last night. I suspect that the equity market is going to have a little bit of tumult before we start marching clearly upward. Today, it's not so clear on how this is all going to be digested in the market. But the big news today is the tariffs. So with that, also the big news, over the weekend, OPEC Plus decided to increase the number of barrels of oil. Instead of 411,000 barrels per day increase, it was upwards of 411,000 barrels per day was the expectation. They ended up increasing it to 500 and I think around 30 or so thousand barrels per day increase. So that means there's going to be more oil on the market. Now the question is, should oil be trading lower or trading higher? One side of the coin saying that demand is going to be high. The other side of the coin, people are saying the supply is going to be, there's going to be an oversupply. I think the trading range for oil is between 65 for the low part of the trading range, and the high part of the trading range is around 68.50. So right now it's trading, for WTI, is trading at 67.39. Last night it was trading at 65. We haven't proven yet that resistance point is 68, but I suspect that it's going to be trading that range. 65 or 66 to about 68. I'm not in an oil position. I'm right now longing natural gas. Natural gas is trading at 3.375 right now. And I think that it's going to go up to about 3.7, maybe 3.8. All right, let's go back to Bloomberg here.
About this stuff, and frankly, they've had 3 months to do it. So I do think they owe Wall Street a little bit more specificity.
Do you think that we're going to see the U.S. continue to rally like this? Because we've seen Europe do so much better, and now it seems like some of the shackles of uncertainty are lifted, right? So,
we're going to have to hear from the companies. Has it been enough of a lifting of uncertainty to let them proceed with things like CapEx? I have noticed that cost containment has crept up in the corporate earnings transcripts in recent months, so we'll see, frankly, where their heads are at. But if we think about sort of U.S. versus Europe, we had this moment, I think it was kind of back in March, where you really did see this kind of push in the money flows out of the U.S. and into Europe. Now, that had come off of very peakish inflows into the U.S. back last fall. So I think regardless of what the news flow had been, you were going to get some reversion. But the other thing that we saw when people were really kind of moving out of the U.S. and into Europe was European GDP forecasts were moving up. Economic surprises were turning positive. There was real excitement over Germany and what was going on in that economy in particular. So it wasn't just anti-U.S., it was genuine excitement over Europe. And as I talk to global investors, it feels like that latter part of the story has faded. And now I'm starting to hear a lot about, well, the U.S. still has the best productivity story in the world through AI. And we have to counterbalance that with some of these things we've been, sort of concerned about in the past. So it feels like a much more kind of balanced, nuanced look at the U.S. right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And I will say it is remarkable at this point in the year to see that outperformance be sustained, because it was a much different narrative when you think back to January, February, March. I do want to get your opinion on what's going on with small caps, because as measured by the Russell 2000, we haven't seen an all-time high for that index since 2021. It feels like we can't quite get the story straight. How are you viewing the
So we have a chart that we watch in our weekly every week, and I will confess, I put the weekly out a couple days early so I could take Thursday off.
There you go.
And so my chart is as of Wednesday, but basically what we've seen in small relative to large is really more of a stabilization of performance. And you have a good day every now and then, people get really excited and say, small caps finally breaking out. Well, a couple things you need for small caps to break out is one, you need real economic excitement. Maybe some of that's coming back from tax. We'll have to see. But generally, you want GDP above kind of 2.5%, like 1 to 1.5%, 2% isn't going to cut it. The other thing you want to see are things like some of these sentiment indicators like ISM move up. We haven't seen that yet either. So you can watch for some of those short-term indicators. But honestly, the thing I'm wondering about this morning, what I'm hearing is that after the NFP print, we've started to see rate cut expectations dialed down.
Yeah.
And that is really a big trigger, I would say, the last couple years for getting the fast money crowd to make these short-term small cap bets. And so the last couple of weeks when I've been hearing these murmurings about small caps, is it finally time to get in? We've had a bunch of strategists around the street trying to make these bullish calls. It's been in the backdrop of seeing those cut expectations getting dialed up. And now that we're dialing them down, even if it is because the economy is good, that takes away a catalyst from the fast money crowd.
It's a great reminder. You think about an area of the market that really needs rate cuts. It's the small caps.
And look, I would say the broader market too. We've seen in recent years when those rate cut expectations are getting dialed up, the S&P gets boosted as well. It's not just the small caps.
Absolutely. Lori, great to see you. Great to kick off this week with you. That is Lori Calvasina of RBC. Let's get a check on what this market is doing. We're about 10 minutes out from the opening bell, and you can see we're about 0.4% lower when it comes to the S&P 500. We've had 2 straight weeks of gains, so maybe a little bit of that momentum coming out of the market. You look at what is doing well. Up top is Uber actually getting a price target upgrade from Wells Fargo, helping out shares, General Electric, AbbVie as well. The downside is more interesting this morning, in my opinion, because right at the top, as you expected, you have Tesla down almost 8% when it comes to percent-wise, taking 8 points off the index, definitely the biggest weight right now. But then you also have NVIDIA down a little bit. That certainly isn't helping. Eli Lilly and Oracle as well. This is the individual picture. Let's take a look at the sector look as well, because you do have more red than green. You do have some bright spots in the market, as we just highlighted. Industrials today, utilities, Navy, but look at these moves. They're tiny. It's more interesting on the downside. As I said, you can see communication services, materials, and then consumer discretionary shaving 1.3% off the index right now, Matt.
Yeah, all right. Interesting trade today. It looks pretty bearish, although it's important to remember that we came from all-time highs and just continued to make new highs almost day after day last week. Coming up, Tesla shares are slamming on the brakes, and the company is now worth less than $1 trillion. As Elon Musk makes another play into the world of politics, which he had promised.
We're going to go to CNBC to go over this America party from Elon Musk. But before I do that, please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and help support the work that I do by getting the structural nano silver soaps that I have. I have lavender, peppermint, lemongrass, and charcoal tea tree. Very high quality structural nano silver soaps. These are soaps that I do use. So get a few bars for your household, help support your health and wellness, and help support the work that I do. Please go to my store, use discount 5, you get $5 off any order. If you spend $150 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last.
Content with block templates and commercially safe AI. This blanket, it's freezing cold. I'm loving it.
Trust me, I've tried so many cool.
Tesla shareholders not feeling Elon Musk's announcement that he would form a new political party called America Party. CNBC's Phil LeBeau is here to talk about that move and the investor reaction, which right now, Phil, shares of Tesla down by 5.8%.
Understandable, because I think a lot of people are saying, what's he doing? Where's he going with this? And Tesla investors, to a large extent, have always given him a lot of rope to go off and to do and to say whatever he wants to say, because their belief is, look, the man has come up with some incredible companies, whether you're looking at Tesla, whether you're looking at SpaceX, and has done things that a lot of people scoffed at in the past. But now that he's revisiting the idea of politics in terms of forming a political party, it raises a bunch of questions. I mean, look at his comments in terms of, what he wants to do with the American Party when he posted on X saying, when it comes to bankrupting our country with waste and graft, we live in a one-party system, not a democracy. Is that by itself going to bother a Tesla investor? No. But he wants to form a party, which then raises the question, wait a second, what are you doing with your time and your attention? You're trying to form a political party? It would, in theory, target 2 or 3 Senate seats, 8 to 10 House seats, and the goal is to have enough leverage that they could steer legislative talks, whether with the Democratic Party or the Republican Party. Not surprisingly, Donald Trump said that Elon Musk is off the rails in terms of his comments. So this is one of those things, guys, where you look at it from a Tesla investor perspective and you sit there and say, what about Tesla? We wanted you to work on Tesla. That's what we think Elon Musk is best at. And that's the reason that shares are under pressure right now.
Yeah, I mean, look, his intensity and his unwillingness to ever take no for an answer, to be shut down by things is part of why he's so successful.
Without a doubt.
But
correct.
There are questions as to the limit of that and knowing how to prioritize and what he should and shouldn't be going after.
Yeah.
That I think are the big issues here too.
Yeah, and I think Dan Ives summed it up best with his note that he put out. And Dan Ives, look, let's be clear here. He is a Tesla bull through and through. He thinks that Elon Musk is going to go much farther and Tesla is going to go much higher. But in his note, he said what I think a lot of people believe in terms of when they look at Tesla as an investment, there is a broader sense of exhaustion for many Tesla investors that Musk keeps heading down the political track. Becky, over the weekend, 4 or 5 different people in different situations, whether I was out at an event, out at a store and stuff, they would stop me and they always ask about Elon Musk. You know what they all said? Pretty much the same thing. What is he doing? What is he doing? And that is at the heart of the question surrounding Elon Musk and Tesla, and that's why the stock is under pressure, because people are sitting there saying, are you focused on full self-driving and fixing, the concerns about sales slowing down, or are you more concerned about politics?
When you become a multi-billionaire like Elon Musk, you start, that's funny money now, and you start having a God complex. Elon, this is the reason why I keep on saying, and I'm for capitalism. I'm very pro-capitalistic, all right? I'm not a socialist at all. But the thing is that once you reach a certain level of income, when you're an uber wealthy individual in the hundreds of billions of dollars, those individuals have too much lobbying power that if they don't like what they're seeing, then they'll start a new party and try to split votes. Nobody should have that much power. Therefore, once realized gains take place, these multi-billionaires should be taxed at a much higher rate, 50%, maybe even 75%, maybe 80%. 50% of $400 billion is still $200 billion. I'm sure he can buy groceries and have a house to live in. So when individuals have too much money, they become a risk, a systemic risk within the society because they have so much lobbying power. This is the reason why I keep on saying, if you're uber wealthy, and we're talking the 0.01% of the population, not the 0.1%, the 0.01% of the population. I don't know, there's about 1,000 billionaires, maybe a little bit more than that. They need to be taxed at a very high rate. Now, you also have to plug up the loopholes to prevent them from transferring wealth into trusts and into these foundations. You got to claw it back. You got to claw some of that money back to prevent them to having such political sway. Now, someone would say, Well, if you tax these 1,000 billionaires at 50% or even more, it doesn't fix the deficit. It doesn't fix the debt. It's just a drop in the bucket. That's true. But that's not the point. You tax them because you want to take away their political power. Because they have way too much political power because of the money that they have accreted. And so they can create these PACs and lobby and circumvent we, the people. So it is super important to tax uber wealthy individuals by a very high tax rate and plug up those loopholes so they can't transfer money between trusts and between nonprofit organizations. It's important to there's nothing wrong with earning a lot of money. But psychologically, once you get to a certain level, you start having a God complex. And that's what's happening with Elon Musk right now. You're literally seeing him having a psychological breakdown. Nobody should have that much money because they cause a systemic risk in politics. I'm seeing it playing out right now. Don't get what you want, you create a new party. And you split the vote. And that's how Bill Clinton got into office. Most likely, George Bush Sr. would have won the 92 race. But Clinton won because of Ross Perot starting up a third party and split the vote. Bill Clinton wasn't supposed to be president.
Evaluation. So I think there is a factor where Musk's success or his perceived success affects the performance of those other companies, but it's not necessarily direct. Now, I will say, SpaceX in particular, I mean, it's a defense contractor. Despite the growth of Starlink, it still really depends on that relationship with the U.S. government. So it is very vulnerable to these kind of political wins. I have to think that people at high levels of that company this is going to be something that they have to manage as well. I mean, on the other hand, that company does have a strong chief operating officer in Gwen Shotwell. So maybe it has a little bit more resilience, maybe even a little bit of a buffer between Elon Musk's Twitter feed and the business operations.
All right, Max, we got to leave it there. Really looking forward to listening to the next episode of your podcast. That is Max Chapkin. And for more coverage of Elon Musk, be sure to listen to the weekly Elon Inc. podcast from Bloomberg.
I don't know. I think Elon Musk has too much power. There was a correction. The OPEC plus increase in production was not 530,000 barrels a day. It was 548,000 barrels per day. So that basically, what they've been doing is increasing the barrels per month. So now they want to get about, I think right now, if you add it all up, the ads, it's around about 1.9 billion barrels a day added to the market. Now the question is, what's really the fair value of all this oil, Brent and WTI? It seems the trading is a little elevated right now. Like, for example, WTI is trading at 67.34. I think the trading range for WTI is around 65 to about 68.50. Now, OPEC's putting more barrels on the market. They've just announced what they're going to do for August. So that's an additional 548,000 barrels a day. So you would think that oil should go down, but will demand increase? Now, China isn't doing so well. China's economy is faltering. Brent is heavily weighted on what's going on in Asia's economy. So perhaps we're seeing a little bit of an elevated price here. So it might make sense to start shorting if it gets to about 68 or maybe even a high handle for 67. And then short it to about 66, maybe 65, and then buy again and then trade that range. But question is, what's really going on with inventory? Are inventories going to go up, and therefore the price of the barrel of oil is going to go down? Or will demand be able to soak up those additional barrels? OPEC Plus is signaling that they think the demand is there to soak up the barrels of oil for the inventory, and therefore you're going to have an elevated price. So I don't think you're going to go below 65, but the question is, what's the range? Is 68.5 a resistance level, or will it be a support level? I think it's a resistance level, honestly. Now, natural gas, I think the trading range for natural gas is 3.3 to about 3.7, 3.8. Right now it's trading at 3.38. So, you know, this might be a good time to purchase natural gas futures to play that up trend. Now, what I want to do is I want to go to CNBC, and individuals talking about the deficit issues may appear elsewhere before the bond market.
We pretty much take it all: fridges and dishwashers and dressers, drawers, couches, mattresses, bed frames, concrete, things like that. Same day notice board.
All right, Leslie, stay right here. We want to bring in another voice to this conversation as well. Peter Bookvar is the Chief Investment Officer at Bleakley Advisory Group. He's also a CNBC contributor. And let's start with just a couple of points. First of all, yields right now in the Treasury market are pretty calm. No serious concern about this. In fact, equities were higher on the idea that this would actually boost growth. Where do you come down on that, Peter?
Well, it's one of those situations that it doesn't matter until it does. I try to figure out, okay, when does it start to matter? It may not start directly in the Treasury market. Maybe it shows up in the dollar. Maybe it shows up in what we've seen in the price of gold, that investors are beginning to question. Now, domestic investors have actually been given a gift with higher interest rates, because more and more over the past 10 years, the U.S. deficit has been financed by U.S. domestic buyers, whether that's the saver, whether that's the Fed, whether that's the banking system. The foreign ownership of U.S. Treasuries has gone to about from 50% 10 years ago down to 30. So it's a question of how do they behave in response to our deficits. But it's not just us that has the issue. Japan has an issue. The UK has an issue. And this global bond police is driving around the world's neighborhoods, not just in the US. So yes, will it matter at some point? But maybe it's just reflected in other things before there is a response in the Treasury market.
Obviously, running a big deficit like this, big problem. 6.2% is one that we've built up over a lot of time. Leslie, I'll ask you what you heard from people about whether they thought this tax bill should get passed. And then, Peter, what you think would have happened if the tax bill didn't get extended?
Well, I think most people who are considering themselves deficit hawks would say that this was a good opportunity to find a way to really chip away at the deficit in more of a pure play fashion, kind of similar to the conversation we had with former Treasury Secretary Robert Rubin, where in the 90s they really went kind of line by line in the budget to see what was the best way to kind of be more fiscally disciplined. Most people we talk to, though, and I think it's important to note this, that they don't want necessarily a balanced budget. Nobody really wants to pay off all of our debt. The importance is really reining it in so it doesn't start to crowd out other areas. It doesn't create a situation down the road. And when we say down the road, this could be anywhere from next month to 20 years from now. To Peter's point, we don't know kind of when this could be an issue, when this exactly will create some sort of confidence problem here. That they say that basically it's important to do things prudently so that you don't risk finding out what happens.
Peter, you think it would have been a disaster if the tax cuts didn't get extended?
And you also point out that saying you're blowing out the deficit by not including. Okay, if you didn't pass the tax cuts, how much of the $3 trillion that is forecast would we not be talking about? Not passing a tax cut. Most of that is not if you hadn't passed the tax cut. So you're adding in something that everyone assumed was going to happen. So it's almost a faux addition to the debt that we're talking about here. It's almost like the Medicaid cuts. A 20% increase over 10 years in Medicaid is not a cut. And that's what we're talking about.
Exactly. All we're doing is extending existing tax rates. And we don't have a tax problem. 17% of GDP is tax revenue, and it's been that way, give or take, for decades. It's that spending is now 24% of GDP versus 20. That is the big problem. And that's why the CBO, I know it's very easy for people to say, okay, well, the CBO says, yes, if the tax cuts weren't extended, this is what would happen. But if they were not extended, the economy would tank. Because right now, what I see in the first half of this year, the economy has slowed on average in the first 2 quarters. And you've got to merge Q1 and Q2 together because of the sort of timing impacts of tariffs and the behavior pull forward and thereafter. And we're only growing around 1%. And therefore, having those tax cuts expire would have been a mess.
Imagine being able to build anything, for any reason, in any style, at any scale.
Welcome back to Squawk Box. President Trump's budget plan sparking some concerns about adding trillions to the deficit over the next decade. Leslie Picker joins us right now with more on America's deficit reckoning. This is a special report exploring the consequences of letting America's fiscal health worsen. Leslie, good morning.
Good morning, Becky. Thank you. Our focus here is not how to fix the deficit, but its consequences. Independent analyses have said the new budget plan will add trillions of dollars to the deficit over the next 10 years. The White House has disputed those figures, and the bond market remains in wait-and-see mode. Already, though, America's deficit is more than 6% of GDP. That's about 63% higher than the average level from the past 50 years. Former Treasury Secretary Robert Rubin, who we interviewed before this latest tax and spending plan passed, said we are on the, quote, cusp of this uncharted territory we've never been in before. Given, though, that the U.S. can't really go bankrupt, I asked him what a debt crisis would even look like. Why should anyone care?
Well, nobody knows what it looks like. We haven't had one of those. But I think what it looks like is rapidly escalating interest rates, the deep concern about our economy and our markets and interest rates around the world, instead of global capital coming into the country, which it has now for such a long, long period of time, global capital moving out of the country. And then a very serious, at least potentially, a very serious adverse effect because of all of that on our economy, on growth, on standards of living, and the economic well-being of average Americans.
So-called monetizing the debt or printing additional dollars to ensure that the U.S. makes its payments would have far-reaching implications on the markets, the economy, and even international relations. To learn more, watch our full special report, America's Deficit Reckoning, which you can find at cnbc.com/deficit reckoning or by following and listening to Squawk Pod wherever you get your podcasts.
All right.
Save up to 35%.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Cleanse. Cleanse will help to boost up your immune system. It is 30 parts per million. You use a teaspoon a day, swish it in your mouth, gargle, about 20 seconds, swallow. What that will do is help the epithelial lining of your oral cavity and your oral pharynx, help the mucosal barrier, and boost up your immune system. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and use the Cleanse. If you're not feeling well, use about a tablespoon or 2 a day and go back to your maintenance dose of a teaspoon a day. But take it every day to boost up that immune system. Super important. Also, on my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the Structural Nano Silver toothpaste. Whiten your teeth, freshen your breath, help the health of your gum line, reduce the inflammation of your gum line. And with good oral hygiene, it's going to help with your vascular system and your valvular system. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get a few tubes of this toothpaste. This is the best toothpaste that you can get. There's nothing better out there that you can buy. It is a little bit more expensive, but it is the highest quality toothpaste that you can get. There is nothing better than this. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get a few tubes of this toothpaste for your household. Use discount 5. You get $5 off any order. If you spend $150 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last.
Welcome back to Squawk Box. President Trump will meet with Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu at the White House today. The focus expected to be on a ceasefire between Israel and Hamas. Joining us right now for more on all of it, Dan Senior is the former policy advisor in the Bush administration, a host of the podcast Call Me Back. What do you think is going to happen today? What do you think's really? Where are the fault lines in this conversation?
I think that what we are going to see this week is how much is possible once the biggest threat to all U.S. allies and U.S. interests in the Middle East is severely weakened, which is Iran. Up until now, there was this ring of fire around Israel, this what we call the Seven Front War. There was pressure on the Gulf states, the Sunni Gulf states in the region. There was pressure on the U.S. There was pressure on international shipping. We all know all of this. The head of the snake was Iran. And for the first time, people have been talking for decades. President Trump has been talking about it now for about a decade. Prime Minister Netanyahu has been talking about it for almost 4 decades, that until you deal with Iran, you can't deal with the region. This is the first time, since at least I've been following Middle East affairs, that Iran is really severely on its back foot, and then opportunities open up. So what could those opportunities be? First of all, a possible ceasefire deal. I do think we're going to make Israel and its mediators that are right now negotiating in Doha are going to make real progress. And I don't know if they'll be able to announce it this week, but I think, because there's some important details still being worked out. But
what do you think those details are that are at odds?
What is clear that there's real movement on is the possibility for some kind of ceasefire for about 60 days, in which Israel would get back 10 living hostages, approximately, and somewhere in the range of 18 of the deceased hostages that were killed, the bodies. And then the question is, and then some Palestinian prisoners would be released from Israeli prisons. Then the question is, what obligations will Israel have in the deal to get more humanitarian aid into Gaza, and whether or not this is going to be on a path towards the conflict actually ending, the war ending, Israel's actually committing in the 60-day process. At the end of the process, they're going to be on a path to ending the war. And then what Netanyahu said before he left Israel yesterday is, if that's the case, Hamas cannot remain in power. So that is like the big issue, and I think they're negotiating that, and that Hamas is looking for some kind of commitment from Trump that if they begin this process and it's a phased release, some hostages get released, that it actually continues and it just doesn't stall before they get to the end of the ceasefire. But I want to say, I also think look out for news about normalization between Israel and some other country in the region. I think we are going to see, I don't think it's going to be Saudi. No, it won't be Saudi yet. I think keep an eye on Syria. I think the Abraham Accords now are going to get new life. The first time they've gotten real life since they were originally signed in 2020, where new parties will be coming in, partly because the region is now not living under this hegemon. There's possible hegemon, which was Iran.
October 7th was a reaction to that and trying to prevent Saudi Arabia from coming in. What's the reaction to more countries coming in? Is it pushed through at this point?
Yeah, I think that if you're Yahya Sinwar, the architect of October 7th, on October 6th, if you had told him the night before the operation that you're going to launch this war against Israel, and within less than 2 years, Iran's entire proxy system in the region that Iran had been investing years and billions of dollars in is going to be collapsed. Hamas largely wiped out, Hezbollah totally wiped out. The Assad regime, which was a proxy state of Iran's, had been in power for 53 years, collapsed. Houthis still a nuisance, but not like this persistent threat. These militias in Iraq and elsewhere in the region severely weakened. I think Sinwar would have been told, stand down. Would have been told by Tehran, don't do it. It's not worth it. So, and oh, by the way, at the end of this process, more countries will be normalizing with Israel, not fewer. And Saudi Arabia, I don't think Saudi Arabia is imminent, but I think the direction of travel is only going in one direction, which is I think Saudi and Israel are ultimately going to normalize.
What do you know or assume about the capability of Iran to build a nuclear weapon? How long?
So nobody knows. I don't believe anybody actually truly knows.
Not months, at least years?
I think it's years, just based on the following.
Why would you know more? You've got contacts with everybody in Israel. Well, doesn't the Mossad know?
Well,
not that you would know automatically.
Yeah. Let me explain. I think that if you look at what the inputs that go into building a nuclear bomb, right? You need the expertise, the nuclear scientists. You need the infrastructure. You need the facilities, Fordo, and then you need the ingredients, the enriched uranium, the highly enriched uranium. We know many, not all, but many of the scientists in Israel have been killed, so the knowledge has been systematically wiped out. We know the infrastructure has been decimated. The question is some of the ingredients, like this highly enriched uranium.
The infrastructure was decimated.
Yes.
Because we were obliterated or...
Yeah, the infrastructure was, the question is, did they get out some 400 kilograms of highly enriched uranium?
The buildings 300 feet down were destroyed.
Yeah, I mean, to the point that they can't be used anytime soon. And keep in mind, the centrifuges in those facilities that are used to enrich the uranium are highly, highly fragile. They're highly delicate.
Yeah.
Every nuclear physicist you talk to says they are susceptible to the least bit of vibration. The moment they're subject to a little bit of vibration, when people walk into these facilities, they're like on tippy toes because they don't want to damage these things. The idea that you drop what was the equivalent, the U.S. dropped what was the equivalent of like a third of what it dropped on Hiroshima. I'm not exaggerating. I think, let's just say there's probably a little bit of vibration.
Interesting. I didn't know about the vibration issue. So Bitcoin, let's talk about Bitcoin. So BITO is an ETF that you can trade to track Bitcoin. It's leveraged. You can also short it with BITI. Now BITO is trading at 20.885 right now. Bitcoin is trading at this moment about 109,000. So you have a resistance level at 2148, which I've been talking about for a long time here, and you have a support level at 20. If 20 breaks, because it's trading at 20.88 right now, then the next support level will be 19.73. So the question is, what will happen with Bitcoin? Now, supposedly there were 8 wallets of approximately, I think it was $8 billion or $6.7 billion worth of Bitcoin that were woken up and transferred to a new wallet. This happened over the weekend. This was some big news in the crypto world. To me, I don't really care. The question is, were they selling or were they just transferring when the news broke? It looked like to me that they were just transferring to some sort of new wallet. Now, what I have noticed over several weeks is that Bitcoin is having a hard time getting past the 110 level, 110,000 level. So when you dive into the details here, you have a lot of inflows in ETFs, different ETFs. You have a lot of institutional investors investing in Bitcoin and investing in ETFs of Bitcoin. So you would think that Bitcoin would start to go up. Well, it's not. And so if you dive into the granularity, it looks like there is almost a equal number of people selling as buying. So ones that have been holding for a long time are starting to sell. And the institutional investors are starting to buy. So this is similar to an IPO, all right? So if you're an early investor in the early seed rounds, you're investing in a company that's not traded publicly, it's all privately owned, and you are hoping that your payout will be during the IPO days. So you invest in this small company and eventually it's growing and you have revenues in more seed rounds and eventually you go to the market and you do an IPO. With that number of shares that you've accumulated during those investment rounds, you make your money in the IPO, and then you have a certain period of time where you have to wait before you can sell. But that's your kind of like your payout. Now, something similar I think is happening with Bitcoin. You had early miners and buyers of Bitcoin. And those early miners are now having their payday through ETF wrappers and other institutionals wanting to buy into the crypto market. So those early adopters or purchasers of coin, or miners, especially miners, I think are starting to view this as a time to exit the market. Very similar to early investors in a company when it goes to IPO. So now you have these ETF wrappers, you have individuals buying coin directly or fractions of coins, and there is this equilibrium between buyers and sellers of Bitcoin. The question comes in is, will that remain for a long time, and the price move is going to not be going on the upside anytime soon? Or will there be a larger demand for Bitcoin where it goes to 136, 150, 136,000 or 150,000 a token? I don't know, because you sit there and you wait, you listen to these gurus of Bitcoin, especially strategic, and they think it's going to go to $1 million a coin. And I'm like going, well, if it does, it's going to take a long time to get there. And two, why, if that's the case, why are you having such a hard time at 100,000 or at 110,000? It's bouncing around between 103, 104 to 109, 110, and then it comes back down. So I'm not really bullish of Bitcoin. I just don't see that there's a huge. You would think that by now, with the legislation passing that's positive for Bitcoin, with the ETF wrappers that's positive for Bitcoin, you have institutional investors going in, you have retail investors going in. Why isn't it moving more? So if it was going to move more, why would you have an exit? So I think it's going to be hovering at this range for a little while here. Now I could be wrong. Bitcoin has it's a volatile asset class to trade. But again, something weird is going on where I think people are exiting the market that held coin for a while, and you have institutionals coming in and buying, and there's an equilibrium there. I would have thought that with the Genius law passing and with all these ETF wrappers and institutionals coming in to adding crypto to an investing part of their portfolio, you would think that Bitcoin would be going up, and it's not. I would have thought that Bitcoin would have been at 115, 120 by now, but it's having a hard time at 110. As I'm talking right now, it's at 108,520. Something's not right. Something is just hovering there. Now, if you look at the behavior of markets, when it's hovering at a level, right, it's kind of building up pressure. And eventually there's something called a jump diffusion. So, but when is that jump diffusion going to take place? I don't know. It seems like it's been there for a while, and it's like, what's really going on with Bitcoin? Now, this movement of the wallet, if that's what happened, it was just a movement of the wallet, not selling, then I suspect that jump diffusion is going to be taking place this year, probably within this quarter of the year. So you had, March, April, May. January, February, March, first quarter. April, May, June, second quarter. So we're in the third quarter of this year. So we should. Something's got to happen in August for this jump diffusion to take place. So we'll see what happens, but right now, this BITO is trading at 20.83 with a resistance level at 21.48 and a support level at 20 at the moment. And Bitcoin is just hovering there. If there is a jump diffusion in the positive direction for Bitcoin, then you're going to see a pop for BITO. And it's going to go beyond the 21.48 and start testing that 22.50 range. All right. With that said, please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the gel that I have. I have gel in a tube form or in a quick dispenser form. Have some available at home and at work. You never know when you need it. And it's a dual purpose product. If you have a cut, an abrasion, or a minor burn, put the gel on that wound and it will help to heal it. If you're not feeling well or someone around you is not feeling well, put it on your hands, around your mouth, around your eyes, around your nose, around your ears, lightly coat your nostrils. It stays active for 5.5 hours. You can use it as an aftershave to soothe your skin. You can use it as a daily skincare. So there's multiple ways to use the gel. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use the gel in the quick dispenser form or in the tube form. Have it available for your household. You never know when you need it, and it's better to have it. So please go to my store and get the gels. Now, if you use discount 5, you get $5 off any order. If you spend $150 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last. Now, if you're 40 years of age or older, or an athlete, younger or older, you need to take digestive enzyme complex because it reduces the load on your pancreas. When you get older, your pancreas doesn't function as well. So to break up those proteins, carbohydrates, and lipids, you need help. Digestive enzyme complex has the enzymes in the supplement that allows you to break up those proteins, carbohydrates, and lipids. So you can digest easier, have less stress on your digestive tract, and it'll allow you to absorb your food. Now, if you're an athlete, you're having either a pre-workout fueling or a post-workout fueling, and to reduce the load on your pancreas, take the digestive enzyme complex so you're breaking up that fuel source. So please go to my store and get the digestive enzyme complex. In addition, digestive enzyme complex has bromelain. Bromelain will help to break up clots because it's fibrinolytic. In addition, digestive enzyme complex has proteolytic enzymes. And that's very important to break up glycoproteins. And this is the reason why I said, take digestive enzyme complex back in 2020. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Follow the routine that I do, taking these different supplements on a daily basis to help slow down the aging process, to help improve your immune system, and help to improve the different bodily systems that you want to target. And by doing that, you're going to have more vitality. So please go to my store, use discount 5, and you get $5 off any order. You spend $150 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last.
You need to meet surging content demands without compromising your business or your brand. With Adobe Express, your marketing, sales, and HR.
All right, so we know what Amazon's going to do with Prime Days. With these other retailers, are they able to be competitive, and is that a good thing for their bottom lines and for their revenues to try to compete with Amazon?
Sure. So, Frank, Independence Day's behind us now. We have Prime Day and Liberation Day, take 2, ahead of us. And, it's a bit of consumer fatigue, as usually the July 4th weekend is super promotional and everybody's clearing. And Prime Day is, we usually get a break of 2 weeks. We're not getting that break this year. So it's kind of turned into July 4th week. So I think some retailers saved some of their promotions for this week rather than push everything out over the weekend. But certainly, the longer the periods go of higher promotions, as you well know, it's a pressure on margins. And you're certainly seeing those that are promoting and those that we've seen over the past year stand down and say, we're going to be full price. We're not getting involved. So that's how we're seeing it here.
All right. So you share with us some of the companies that are doing discounts, I guess kind of competing with Prime Day. Where are you going to see some of the deepest discounts? One of the names that really popped out to me was Lululemon, the level of discounting there. And that's pretty surprising. It's kind of a higher end brand. And normally these kind of brands, they try to avoid these kind of discounts.
Yeah, I think, Lulu, among others, is always tries to be full price. But if you look at their clearance racks and you look at the amount of stuff online right now, it is up year over year. It is surprising to go to Lulu's store and see some of the newer drops on promotion, but that is what you've been seeing really over the past 6 weeks. So it's certainly a flag there. And then, you have other brands like Ulta that actually were less promotional over the weekend. So it says a lot about what their business is doing.
All right. I don't know if this is going to make stock investors nervous or consumers happy. Let's show that full screen again with the different brands, with the discounts. I'm looking at the Gap. 50% discounts on limited items. Similar story for Levi's. What does this mean for earnings for these companies? The fact that in the middle of the summer, when people are generally shopping, not only for back to school, just for their personal stuff, that we're seeing discounts like these.
So, Frank, it's interesting because the retailers traditionally like the Gap actually did 50% off everything in the past, or 25% off on a weekend like this. If you look at the headline, it says 50% off, but if you click on it, only about 15 to 20% of total items are actually 50% off. So it's very deceiving. So there's actually a lot more work consumers have to do to look behind the headlines this year. Certainly there are others like Ralph and Tapestry, and certainly Williams-Sonoma that are still less promotional. And, some of them were even running low on summer outdoor merchandise. So I think, again, headlines can be deceiving.
All right, let's listen to Mayor Adams talking about his bid for re-election.
We pretty much take it all. Fridges and dishwashers, couches, mattresses, same day notice, or 3 weeks in advance.
It's good to know you're making a difference.
Welcome back to Squawk Box. Joining us right now on the set this morning is New York City Mayor Eric Adams. A national debate playing out since Mandami won that
Before we talk about Mayor Adams, it is important. I've been saying this on the last couple videos or so. It is important to understand and learn from Ayn Rand. Ayn Rand wrote Atlas Shrugged, and she warned people of a situation where the country and large cities will potentially go socialistic and communistic. And she explained in her books about this tension between collectivism and individualism. We use the term socialism, communism, and capitalism, but it boils down to collectivism versus individualism. And she warned people of the socialistic tendencies of governments and of individuals when there are financial problems that are taking place. You couple that with AI, and you're going to see a big push for socialism, a big push for collectivism. Now, the thing is, Mandami represents a collective viewpoint of society, where the government is the nanny state, where the government is taking care of you and all this stuff, instead of you taking care of yourself. Individualism is an important feature of the history of America and why we have such a prosperous nation compared to other nations. Collectivism will not work in the United States, but unfortunately you have these liberals living in high density areas like Chicago, LA, New York, that are pushing, and even Boston, pushing collectivism. Now, Mayor Adams has failed in many regards, in terms of crime, in terms of cleaning up the city. It's much better now than it was under de Blasio, so you have to give Adams some credit. But because of alignment with Trump, he's losing ground for voters in New York City. And so Mandami is gaining, especially in the younger voter, the millennial voter, the Gen Z voter. Why? Because they're just starting out, they're having a hard time getting good paying entry-level jobs. The cost of living is too much. The cost of housing has skyrocketed in New York. And so they're looking for a solution. And Mamdani is promising the world, just like all collectivists do. And he's not going to be able to deliver. But because these Gen Z individuals don't know their history, probably never read Ayn Rand, and they just buy into what they were told in college, which was a very kind of socialistic, collectivist idea from their liberal professors. And they don't know any better. Gen Z do not, in general, in the aggregate, don't know better because they don't know their history and they haven't lived long enough to have their own experience. So because of that, why should we even think that Gen Z has a solution to the problem? Usually the younger generation does not have a solution to the problem. They know that there are problems. They're dealing with their own issues, generational issues. But they think that collectivism is the right way to go, especially in a capitalistic society like New York. Ayn Rand warned us of this. Because if you destroy incentive, if you destroy individuality, if you destroy individualism, Atlas will shrug and not lift up the world. It is the producers that keep the world turning, not the consumers. So if you don't have an incentive for producers, then where are you going to get your goods and your services? Now take, for example, what Mamdani is saying about housing. How are you going to make housing cheaper when the supply is far less than the demand? You have to increase the supply, but it's going to take years to put it up on the market. And you're going to be you'd have to go through a re-election. And in New York, you can only be mayor twice for 2 terms. There's a two-term limit. So you probably wouldn't even be mayor when the large supply is put on the market to allow to bring down prices. So he's not going to be able to deliver what he's saying. On top of, he's saying that the government should be running the grocery stores and he'll bring down the prices. Well, grocery stores have to buy at wholesale from a farmer or from some sort of food distributor at a wholesale price, and then they sell it at a retail price with a 1.6% markup. Let me repeat, 1.6% markup. How will the government in New York City radically reduce the cost of food for your groceries? How? When the markup's only 1.6%. They would have to sell it below what they're buying at wholesale. And if they do that, who's making up the difference? If you're buying lettuce at $1 and you're selling it at 50 cents, you lost 50 cents. Who's making up the difference? The taxpayers. So the taxpayers will always have to pay. So his solution doesn't work. Just like Ayn Rand said in Atlas Shrugged. She warned people of this. So the bigger question is, where's John Galt? Where is John Galt? You got a Generation Z that doesn't even know what the fuck I'm talking about. Because they don't know how to read a book. They're just scrolling on their phone. They think reading can be just mass consumed and summarized in an AI. Really? Really? Really think that's the case? Their attention spans are going down. Their ability to dissect the root cause of a problem is going down. So you're going to have a Generation Z and the millennials that will be easily put into a category that you can be taken advantage of. Because they're not paying attention. They don't know their history. So you're going to have wolves out there that can take advantage of Gen Z. because they don't know their history and they're not experienced. And they're coming up with policies that are literally a detriment to society. And people will take advantage of Gen Z. Watch, it'll happen. It's gonna happen, watch. So with that backdrop and my perspective, that to have a vibrant society like New York, you're going to have to promote individualism and not collectivism. Mondami represents collectivism, and Ayn Rand warned us not to fall for it. Because, you know, she came from the Soviet Union. She warned people, don't fall for communism, don't fall for socialism. But it's always that younger generation that really doesn't know anything, that really pushes this crap. All right. Let's listen to Mayor Adams.
Good morning. We're all trying to figure out where this is all headed. We're looking at Poly Market. He is still up relative to you. I want to understand what you thought, what you were thinking. We all saw him come on, but really only come on hot 72 hours out, maybe a week out. And it sounds like you've been thinking about this a lot longer.
Yeah, and remember the Poly Market's also days out. It had Andrew above him. 6 months ago, I was in a restaurant and I heard two young people talking about Madani. And then I was in a store purchasing something. I heard two young college students say the same thing. I went back to my team. I said, Zohan is going to win this race. And we strategically knew that we should not be in the crowded Democratic primary. And then I decided I was going to run on the independent line. And everyone thought it was hilarious. They said, what are you doing? No mayor can win. Who's laughing now?
So I'm curious, I don't know if you want to say it. What do you see as your own personal challenges to win this race? I can give you my own list, but I'm curious when you look at this whole situation, your own situation, and what you need to persuade New Yorkers to vote for you. What do you see the thing that you need to overcome?
No, and I like that. Number one, Andrew. Andrew spent $30 million.
Andrew Cuomo?
Yes.
Okay.
Heard his narrative. I always say he didn't have the legs to run in New York. New York is a competitive place. They want to see you. You can't come out on weekends. You have to be firm. And I think he really should do an analysis and say, give Eric an opportunity to run against him.
You need him to get out for this to work.
He should. And the second is, my story has never been told. People don't realize that we broke the record 11 times in jobs, that this is the strongest economy in the recorded history of the city. What we did around housing, the crime, removing 22,000 illegal guns off our street, 100,000 illegal vehicles off our street, 12 months of Broadway has been the best Broadway in the recorded history of the city.
New York is getting better compared to de Blasio. De Blasio made it so bad that New York still has a lot of crime. It's filthy. You have the cost of living going up. And the subway system is disgusting. It's disgusting. It costs too much. So there's a lot that Adams needs to improve on. But to give him credit, he is much better than de Blasio. The problem comes in is that you have a transient generation that's coming into New York. Usually it's a revolving door of every 2 years or every 3 years because they can't survive New York after 2 or 3 years, and so they leave. So you have this influx of Gen Z into the city. They're not experienced. They don't even know their history. Most of them can't even read a real book. And the reality of the situation is they're gravitating to collectivism because in their little world, they can't pay for their groceries and they can't pay for their housing. So they're looking for someone to promise something that he can't deliver, which is Mondami. And what will happen is that the costs will go up probably even more under Mondami. And these transients will leave and a new crop of transients will come in. promoting more BS. It always happens. It always happens. Every 3 years, there's this new crop of younger people that don't know anything. And there's two types. There is the crusties, what I call the crusties, which are kind of like the alternative crowd, right? They're all tattooed up. They have, bones in their nose and all this stuff. They're the creatives. Yeah, they're the creative class. They're so creative they can't even pay for their groceries. And then you have another crop of ones that are more corporate, right? They're coming from these schools and they're more corporate. But the thing is that they're going in at an entry-level position in a high cost of living environment. They're not going to be able to survive it. And they think that the city, they're young and they can, you know what? If you can't afford it, don't be here. The city doesn't want people like this. And what it does is that it kind of aborts. You can see the natural tendency of the city that aborts these younger people because it doesn't want them, because they can't afford it. They come in and then they notice that, they're the subculture that's never going to succeed here, and they get aborted out.
It's never been told. It was overshadowed by that lawfare of being prosecuted because I decided to defend the city. And now I'm going to have the opportunity to go to working class New Yorkers and say, think about this. We don't want to defund our police department. We don't want to empty Rikers Island and have people go back into the communities that prosecute them. We don't want to have a city where we say we don't want billionaires in the city. I mean, just think about what we're saying.
What do you tell New Yorkers who say, look, they're anxious about the settlement that you've reached with this president? They say you're being held hostage by this president, that if you're the mayor, if you continue to be the mayor, you have to listen to whatever this president says, because the moment you don't listen to the president, he can go after you again. And what do you say about the team around you? Because the other piece of this is trying to have an amazing team around you. And there have been concerns over the years that some of the team members either now don't want to be there because of the Trump situation, and others that say you had some family members around and other things. What about rebuilding that team?
Well, let's peel that back for a moment. The deal that I made with the president, you tell a lie long enough, it becomes the truth. There was never a deal. I didn't even know Donald Trump personally until he was campaigning. On the campaign trail, he said, look what they're doing to that man. It's unfair. And so I thank him for acknowledging what happened. Second, my team, I just gave you a list of wins. Right. When you looked at how we turned around this city, and going through COVID, going through 237 migrants in the sinus.
No. I'm going to vote for Mayor Adams. He needs to improve the city much more than he has already. It's an ongoing process. The problem that he has is that people are assuming he's affiliated with Trump. So people that are anti-Trump in New York are going to vote against Adams. The benefit that Adams has is that most likely blacks will vote for Adams and not for Mondami. The question is, will the whites that are older vote for Adams or Mondami? I suspect that the older white population in New York will vote for Adams. The younger generation that's non-black will vote for Mondami. Now, Adams isn't as smart as Mondami. Mondami is smart. You can be a socialist, you can be a collectivist and be smart. Obama's smart, but he was a socialist. So when there's a debate, Mondami's going to look smarter than Adams, even though Adams is more experienced. And not only that, Adams knows what you can do as a mayor versus the promises that Mondami is making to the Gen Z, where they don't even know what's believable because they don't know their history and they can't read a book. So I'm concerned during the debates that Mondami is going to look much smarter and he's going to he's going to win the rhetoric part of the race. It's going to be close. I'm hoping that Adams wins, but I have a feeling that it's so close that I think it's slightly to the advantage of Mondami, and he may win. Now, if that's the case, New York is the canary in the coal mine, and America needs to start waking up and paying attention to what was warned in Atlas Shrugged. Because if we have this permeate through the whole United States, this collectivism, that's going to be the death knell of the country. So Adams needs to hold the line, but I'm not so sure he can.
Just dealing with the climb that we were facing, recovering our economy. When you look at that team won. That team was successful. Now look at my team now. Randy Mastro is my first deputy mayor. Commissioner Tish is my police commissioner. Camille Joseph Wallach, my chief of staff. Listen, you learn as you go on. When we started in January 1st, 2022, trying to get people to work, they said, Eric, are you kidding me? I'm getting extended overtime. I'm getting extended unemployment. I'm not coming into the office. You want to work 12-hour days. And so you couldn't bring in the talent you wanted, even if you wanted to. People got used to working at home. They know how I worked, had to deliver for the city, and I did it in spite of what we had to go through.
Land of the lazies. Okay. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the clarity factor. If you're Gen Z, you need to take the clarity factor. You know why? Because you got brain fog and you're going to be voting for Mondami. You need to get that brain fog away so you can be voting for Adams. But all kidding aside, by taking clarity factor, you're going to get rid of that brain fog. You're going to be able to concentrate at work, in school, even at home. It's really important. Now, by taking clarity factor regularly and drinking filtered water, what's going to happen is that you're going to have better neuroplasticity. You're going to have this positive neuroplasticity. That means that your neurons will link up together. Your dendritic connections will attach more. You're going to be thinking faster. You're going to have better memory. You're going to sleep better. And you're going to be able to concentrate and focus, which is super important. A lot of people are having this problem in the United States because of ADHD and because of the screen time and this doom scrolling and not sitting down and being in a parasympathetic mode. You're always in sympathetic mode, right? You want to calm down. You want to be able to concentrate and improve that neuroplasticity. So by taking clear factor and drinking filtered water, that will do that and improve that memory. Really important. Now, I've been saying for many episodes that in 5 years, you're going to start noticing people having Parkinsonian issues, gait issues, memory issues. They're going to start talking slower. And this is going to be happening in their 40s, in their 50s, right? So you need to start protecting your neurons. Now, if you listen to me, you take the proper supplementation, approach it holistically with proper diet and exercise and supplementation and sleep, do this holistic approach and detoxify your body, you're going to mitigate the problem. But you're going to see a lot of people in your immediate circle where individuals are going to have early onset of dementia. It's going to happen. It's going to start in 5 years. So please pay attention, protect your neurons, and it's a holistic approach. Now, in terms of boosting up your immune system and your brain function, take magnesium and zinc. Magnesium and zinc will help boost up that immune system. Drink it with filtered water. But magnesium also helps with the efficacy of vitamin D3, so you can absorb calcium and help with your bone structure. Magnesium helps with brain function. So by taking magnesium, this is a great way to mitigate some of the problems that are going to be happening in about 5 years. So please go to my store, get the magnesium and zinc, take it with the clarity factor as a great stack. Use discount 5, you get $5 off any order. If you spend $150 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last.
However you like to consume it.
All right, the NFL, are we going to see a big Sunday package go to the NFL on streaming?
Absolutely.
And really, because that's going to be a sea change.
Well, the other thing is when you bring in streaming, you bring in Amazon to bid on it. You bring in Netflix. You bring in, and these are some of the literal. I mean, Netflix is worth over $500 billion. You know, I don't know Amazon's current market cap. I assume it's way up there. And so if you want the highest level of competition as a media company, you're going to go streaming because that's where that money is.
Yeah, I'm just going to Netflix. I mean, another great year. Does Disney, just 30 seconds left, is Disney the number 2 streamer out there? And is there room for 3, 4, 5, 6?
The Disney, I do perceive, I think both data and perception is number 2 behind Netflix. By the way, if you talk to them, they're not like happy and settled in at number 2. They're definitely going for number 1. I think there's room for a 3 and a 4, but there's clearly going to be a big consolidation for who takes that spot.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, Mark, thanks for once again joining us here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. Mark Douglas, President and CEO of Mountain Digital Advertising Technology firm. They're working with a lot of the global video platforms. That's how I can say they can't say they work with TV. They work with global video platforms, and that's kind of the future there. Stock they recently went public. MNTN is the ticker, so check that out as well. Coming up, we're going to check in with Sam Fazeli, Bloomberg Intelligence, talk all things healthcare. This is Bloomberg.
Good morning and welcome to Rising. Of course, we've got a great show for you today. I am happy to be back from vacation in the chair next to my dear friend Niall. Nice to see you again.
Good to see you too, Robbie. Glad you had a great vacation and welcome back.
Thank you. I did. I ate a lot of terrific Sicilian food, swam in the sea, and I actually got engaged.
Well, congratulations on that. That is big personal news. So delighted for you. Delighted for you both.
Thank you.
Well, I guess back to business. What is on your radar today, Rob?
Yes, indeed. Let's get right to it. And apologies if I'm late to this story due to said vacation, but I couldn't resist weighing in. Zoran Mamdani, a Democratic Socialist and the Democratic Party's newly minted candidate to be the mayor of New York City, well, he found himself in some hot water last week after the New York Times reported that he claimed to be both Asian and Black or African American on his college application to Columbia University. Now, many Black New Yorkers were not very happy about that, including incumbent Mayor Eric Adams, who is actually Black and is running for re-election as an independent. Adams said in a statement, "The African American identity is not a checkbox of convenience. It's a history, a struggle, and a lived experience. For someone to exploit that for personal gain is deeply offensive." The conservative New York Post had a field day with the news and interviewed numerous Black New Yorkers who described Mamdani as a fraud and a liar. Now, this matters because Mamdani is an exciting candidate for many progressives and far-left voters, whites, the affluent. For Black voters in the working class, Mamdani is perhaps not quite so alluring. Now, while he easily won the Democratic mayoral primary 2 weeks ago, rival Andrew Cuomo, the scandal-plagued former governor of the state, actually performed significantly better with African Americans. As far as Mamdani's identity goes, he is of Indian descent. He's an African. He was born in Uganda. He's an African and an American, but the term African American usually understood to mean Black, and he is definitely not Black. However, when applying to Columbia University in 2009, Mamdani checked the boxes for Indian and Black or African American when asked to give information about his race and ethnicity. Mamdani openly admits to doing so. He told the Times he thought it was the best way, though admittedly an imperfect one, to explain his background. Indian, born in Uganda. Even though these boxes are constraining, I wanted my college application to reflect who I was, said Mamdani, noting that he wrote in,
Ethnicity is not where you're born. Ethnicity is related to your genetics. I tell you, people are so dumb. I mean, same thing with the sex of an individual or the gender of the individual. It's about karyotype. Are you XY or you're XX? Or maybe XO or XXX or XXY, but it's your karyotype. See, people don't even know what the fucking definition of words are.
Condon when asked to provide additional info. Now this matters, of course, because at the time he applied to Columbia, the university practiced race-conscious admissions, which in my view is a politically correct way of saying that they actively discriminated against certain applicants on the basis of race and in favor of others, Hispanic people, Black people, Native Americans, and so on. Checking the Black or African American box would have earned Mamdani extra points toward admission, though as a notable aside, Mamdani's application was ultimately rejected. Conservatives are widely sharing this story on social media, claiming that it speaks to Mamdani's character. He was deceptive about his ethnicity in order to gain an advantage. Meanwhile, many Democrats think this is a total nothing burger. Former New York Mayor Bill de Blasio, a progressive Democrat, wrote on social media that Uganda is in Africa, so case closed. What's the confusion? To any Democrats who are tempted to align themselves with de Blasio's thinking, I would ask them to engage in this thought experiment with me. Let's say that when awarding federal contracts, the government gave special consideration on the basis of race, and a non-Black man from South Africa, when applying for the contract, had checked a box claiming to be Black or African American. We can even give our made-up aspiring federal contractor a name. How about Elon Musk?
And this is the problem with wokeism. This is the problem with DEI. This is the problem with the younger generation not knowing their vocabulary nor their history. They make up words. They make up definitions of words. They change the meaning of words. And actually, that's part of the playbook with socialism. Change the meaning of things. Get people confused. Get people to submit. Get people to believe a lie.
I suspect Democrats would not say this was a non-story in such a case, even though South Africa is indeed a country in Africa, has Africa in the name. Now, all that said, I have a take that may surprise some of you, may even surprise Niall here. I actually don't particularly blame Mamdani for doing this at all. That's because ethnicity is extremely complicated. Race, on the other hand, is essentially an imaginary concept that's obsessed over by exactly two kinds of people, old school racists and then the progressive elites who run college admissions departments. If you want to be mad at someone, be mad at them. Be mad at the elite left-wing institutions that incentivize people to get creative when describing the color of their skin because they assign false value to it. This is a practice, by the way, that voters reject every time they are asked to weigh in on it, and one the Supreme Court has essentially banned as of 2023. I think there are many good reasons not to vote for Zoran Mamdani, Niall. I don't think this is really one of them. I am not fazed at all that he did this, and it is incumbent on every person applying to colleges under such a ridiculous racial paradigm to be as creative as possible. So I don't care, but for different reasons than I think the people defending him.
So I think there are many good reasons to vote for Zoran Mamdani for a start.
What?
But you also noted toward the end of your radar there about, who one should get mad at. And I actually think who one should get mad at here.
Wait a minute. He wants to vote for Mamdani? Listen to this fucking Chrome Dome. Chrome Dome wants to vote for Mamdani? And I would say that he is somewhat educated. I'm sure he read a book. I'm sure he read Ayn Rand. And this guy is pushing for Mamdani? It's amazing. It is totally amazing how some people could buy into the bullshit that Mamdani is saying.
New York Times for a story that I consider
Really?
ridiculous. Yes. Because here is the central point here. Mamdani did nothing wrong, and this was presented as a scoop on the part of the Times. What we have here is a man of Asian heritage, born in Africa, who says on his form that he is of Asian and African heritage.
Wait. That was his ethnicity. What's the definition of ethnicity? He's Indian. You look at Mamdani, he's Indian. He's not black.
Here at all. And furthermore, on the form, there was apparently a secondary point where you could supply additional information, and he noted that he was Ugandan by birth. There are all sorts of complicated historical reasons why Uganda and India.
Let me get this straight. Okay? So you take an Aryan from an Aryan family, blue eyes, blonde hair from Germany, and you teleport them into the Congo, and they have a kid, and that kid is blonde hair and blue eyes, Aryan. Do you think he is an Aryan, or do you think he's an African? Black. What would he put on his form to Colombia?
Close links. Apparently his father's family, though of Indian heritage, has lived in Uganda for about 100 years. So there is no there in terms of the Times story. Furthermore, it was a story that appears to have been prompted, at least, by something discovered by this guy, Jordan Lasker, who's better known, I may be mispronouncing this, Kremua, I believe, is the Twitter account and the Substack. And somebody who has, well, the Times put it as writes often about IQ and race. Wired says that he promotes eugenics. It's obviously somebody who is very, very opposed to Zoran Mamdani's views and has, I'll be diplomatic and say, controversial views about race and IQ. So the
U.S. government, through the military, I believe it was the Department of the Army, of the military, did a study, and they looked at how dumb can a soldier be before you can't train them. So they did this IQ test. I'm not sure if it was done in the 50s or the 60s, but they made, I think it was the 50s. They did this IQ test, all right? And they found out that if someone is 85, that is the bare minimum to be able to train them to be a soldier. Anything below that, you can't train them. 85 IQ. And when they did this study, they looked at different nationalities. And guess what happened? For males, during this study, either in the 50s or the 60s, it happened that the ones that had the lowest IQ were black males.
Times has sort of souffled up this non-story at the behest of somebody who holds very right-wing views, and I think it is getting deserved blowback for it.
I don't know anything about this individual. I've never read their Substack. I'd never heard of them until this story. The underlying information is not being contested.
Right. Including
seen,
by Mamdani.
Right. He acknowledges it. I don't agree that it's not a story. I think the way they covered it was perfectly fair. The box says Black or African American. To virtually all of us, that doesn't mean born in Africa or from Africa. That means in an American context, African American means Black.
Yes,
so
yes. Mamdani points out that the options available.
Yes, Bobby, that's correct. But your co-host thinks that Mamdani can be whatever he wants. If on Tuesday he can be an American Indian, on Thursday he can be an Indian, on maybe Friday a Hasidic Jew, whatever he wants.
Form where inadequate.
Absolutely, and I agree that they were inadequate. In fact, I think this entire project of trying to explain, I mean, even like, I guess I'm supposed to check the box, you and I would both check the box, white Caucasian, even though my family is from Italy and Germany, and your family is from Ireland, and the idea of reducing those vast cultural differences and backgrounds to the same box is patently ridiculous to me, as would be reducing Uganda and South Africa and Somalia and Egypt to all being Africa. That's also ridiculous to me. The entire project that Colombia is engaged in here is ridiculous to me, which is why I don't blame him at all. But I guess I would disagree. I think it was fine to cover it, to say that I think it's kind of interesting. And frankly, I don't see it as a negative on him. I think it's interesting how someone in this situation would try to encapsulate their race, frankly, that anyone would have to, because this is so ridiculous. So I don't care that the New York Times did it.
To me, it's just like my lack of interest is the story is basically man tells truth on college application form. I don't see why that would be a big
Man
issue.
tells truth? Wait a minute. He clicks ethnicity is African? Man tells truth? But his parents are Indian? Man tells truth. This is the problem with the liberals. This is that they find a way to kind of distort reality. What the hell? I'll tell you, I just can't take it anymore. There's too many stupid liberals. Just too many of them. All right, let's listen to Peter Navarro here. What does he have to say about Trumponomics?
How's business? Great, especially with the help of zero accounting software. I can keep my cash flow flowing by giving customers more ways to pay.
Save up to 35% only through tonight during Raymore Flanagan's 4th of July Super Weekend Sale.
Well, there it was. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent last hour on Squawk. The White House keeping up the pressure on Fed Chair Powell, but in a very convivial way, I think, including this morning, with one advisor penning an op-ed that goes as far as to say that Powell could be the worst Fed chair in history. I question the hyperbole, Carl, but you never know. Because joining us now to explain, as well as share the latest on trade talks, Senior Counsel for Trade and Manufacturing, always a strong voice for the President, Peter Navarro. All right, Peter, I'm going to give you the floor.
Great pleasure to meet you, Jim. Great pleasure being with you.
And the same, and you know that. And I feel that way. And when I read your piece, I said, okay, here's a person that has strong conviction on Fed Chair Powell. I'm going to give you the floor to describe your view.
Yeah, well, let's start with what the stakes are. If he's too high at the Fed, let's say it's like a half point now too high. That's like anywhere from a quarter to a half a point of GDP growth that we're going to lose. In other words, we're going to grow more slowly. It's like $100 billion that costs our economy. And then when you trickle it down to the interest rates that people pay, that's about $100 billion in added debt because we're refinancing debt. So it's not small potatoes. Now, in terms of the argument, let's see if we can agree on two things, right? I claim in the Hill piece that Powell has made three major blunders. Let's see, Jim, if we can agree on the first two. When we were in the first term with President Donald Trump, and we had the tariffs and the tax bills and the whole Trumponomics going on, Powell raised rates too high. And by the Fed's own analysis, that cost us a lot of growth. So let's see if we can agree on that. And then when he was serving the Biden regime so well in a partisan way, in my judgment, he didn't raise rates fast enough. He let them get out of control. He also kept his mouth shut. Well, the Democrat Congress was passing these massive expenditure inflationary bills, and he was too late Powell then. He was too early Powell in the first term. Can we agree, Jim, that those blunders happened? Is there any doubt that Powell was wrong twice in the earlier years?
I'm going to say no. I think there's a lot of time in between that he did things right. I totally agree with 2018. Was very against that. When it comes to what happened in terms of transitory or not, what I think it was an honest mistake. I will not give you that it was partisan. I will just say it's an honest mistake, but I think you
it was a mistake.
In my judgment.
But it was a mistake. Okay.
Yes.
So he's made two big mistakes so far, and now the third one. The question is, Jim, which is it's like rates should be lower. The markets are telling us all of that. Powell is doing the same thing he did with the first term of Donald Trump. He doesn't understand Trumpnomics. He doesn't understand the supply side aspects of tax cuts and deregulation. He doesn't understand the importance of strategic energy dominance and the president's ability to dramatically lower oil prices. And he doesn't have a clue about tariffs, because in the first term, very clearly, we raised tariffs and there was no inflation. Most of the tariffs got eaten by the foreign countries as we expected.
Well,
Same
Peter,
thing's
but wait,
happening again.
These are not
So
similar
why is he
tariffs.
waiting?
These are much bigger tariffs. We know that.
We have seen absolutely no pass-through of tariffs. It's just not in the data, Jim. And by the way, what's wrong with a more flexible Fed? Why not lower rates and see what happens? What's the big deal?
Because from September through December of last year, they cut rates 4 times, and the long rates went up dramatically, hurting the mortgage rates. We don't want that to happen.
Well, that happened. Why did he cut rates? He was trying to get Biden or Harris elected. Come on.
Well,
Come on. That's the partisan aspect of this. And by the way, I mean, look, whether he's let's look at the history. I think the Hill piece is interesting because I go back, talk about how Arthur Burns helped Nixon get elected with easy money. I talked about how Greenspan, and you and I were there. We were in the trenches when he raised rates and killed off the dot-com boom, and we had all that. That was a mistake. We saw Bernanke slow to understand systemic risk, and he let something which could have been manageable get out of control. And look, Jim, there's no question that this stagflation that emerged during the Biden years was not just the product of the Democrats. See the picture behind me, that Capitol Hill where all that bad stuff happened, the Inflation Reduction Act and all of that. That only happens, Jim, if the Fed accommodates that. You go back to William McChesney Martin. I think McChesney Martin and Volcker are the two best Fed chairs. McChesney Martin, when Lyndon Johnson was prosecuting the Vietnam War and wouldn't trade off guns for butter, he said, no, I'm taking away the punch bowl. That's not going to happen. Powell could have spoken up. He should have seen the inflation that just quickly got out of control that we're now tamping back down. So I'm just saying, Jim, he's a lawyer, not an economist, which is an anomaly. The two worst Fed chairs we've had in recent memory were G. William Miller, who was also a lawyer, and now Powell. So I think the case against him, and I would say where Scott Besson, the little clip you played, it's like, remember, Powell is just part of the board, right? And so I'm in some sense appealing to the board. It's like, come on, let's get with the program.
I want to let Carl in here because I think you made your point. I think you made your point of where you feel I disagree with the ranking, but Carl, there are other issues.
While we do have you, I've always wanted to ask you for the last 90 days about your comment on April 7th when you said 90 deals were possible in 90 days. We're on.
All right, Julie Fine, thank you so much. Bloomberg Texas Bureau Chief with the latest on those deadly floods in Texas. All right, we're going to shift gears now. I want to take us to Anurag Rai. He is Bloomberg Intelligence Technology Analyst. CoreWeave, that is the big headline. Buying Core Scientific, it's an all-stock transaction. Anurag, I want to bring you in and talk about this for CoreWeave. What is the benefit from this? What do they gain from this?
Well, think about it, that they have capacity to process X number of transactions, all the backlog that they have. With this particular deal, they are expanding their infrastructure. I mean, it's a very simple deal as if, they're just buying more factories to produce what they do. So it's as simple as that.
All right. So I'm not a tech person, but I know tell us what CoreWeave is. What do they do? And why are they shelling out $9 billion to get bigger, I guess?
Yeah. So in the purest of pure forms, they are just renting computing resources to anybody that wants to run an AI infrastructure. They are a very big NVIDIA shop. They basically buy GPUs from NVIDIA. They create a network or an infrastructure, and they give it to people to go out and experiment or do whatever they need to do on that infrastructure. It's no different than what AWS does, but very heavy focus on GPUs rather than the CPUs. So that's really the big difference between a pure play provider like CoreWeave versus Amazon Web Services.
Now, if you can dig into some of the background, what kind of challenges has CoreWeave had in the past? I mean, didn't they have a pretty dismal IPO?
Yeah, I think that's really the most important thing is, everybody thought when they're going to come out as the first pure play, AI infrastructure IPO, it's going to be extremely popular, but it didn't happen. And the reason for that is because they need a large amount of upfront capital to build these data centers, and then the workload comes in over the next several years. So there's a lot of questions about whether there's going to be sustainability of this GPU demand going forward several years out. So that's why you were right. The IPO came at 40. In a few days, it was down to 35. But now we are seeing, the stock closer to 160 before this deal was announced. So we have talked about it before that, why aren't they doing a secondary when it's like $160 stock? So what they did instead is they used their stock to go out and buy another competitor. I shouldn't say competitor, but another company in that space so that it expands their capacity. And, I think they're doing the right thing by using stock at this point.
Are there more CoreWeaves out there, Anurag? Kind of more pure play AI stories, maybe the kind of the sausage of AI, if you will, the guts, that somebody can take public?
There are multiples of them there, but they are much smaller size in Cody. I would say there would be hundreds of them at this point because, you go out, you buy the GPU, you go out and start renting it out. In a long time ago, this high-powered computing was used for Bitcoin mining, and then when that's not in favor, these guys are renting out their infrastructure for other reasons. So there are other players out there, but almost all of them are much smaller than CoreWeave from a pure play point of view.
Now we digged into CoreWeave. What about Core Scientific? What's the attraction to them?
I mean, it's just they're expanding the number of the capacity that they have to process the transactions, in a sense that CoreWeave has a massive backlog right now. They have people wanting to use their services, and then these guys have to go out and lease it from other companies like Core Scientific. In this case, they said they have an agreement with them to lease their facilities. They just said we'll buy it out and expand their size, and I think that's as simple as that.
And I think I have to point out, Lisa, CoreWeave, based in Livingston, New Jersey.
Yes.
So it just goes to my folks. A little history lesson. Before there was Silicon Valley, there was New Jersey. There was Central Jersey, the Institute for Advanced Study, Princeton University, Menlo Park, New Jersey. Before there was a Menlo Park, California, before there's a Sand Hill Road in Silicon Valley, there's a Sand Hill Road in Jersey. So it's all these Jersey guys.
It all goes back to New Jersey.
All right, Anurag, thank you so much. We appreciate it. Anurag Ryan, he's a technology analyst for Bloomberg Intelligence. He's in that Chicago bureau trying to establish Chicago as a technology hub here. So we're looking at the market selling off a little bit here, Lisa. Don't want to read too much into it. We were off on markets. Were closed on Friday, so a little bit of catch up here. But it just feels like the tariff talk is kind of ramping up a little bit here, kind of just bringing to the forefront maybe a topic that people have kind of pushed back a little bit. But now with the letters going out, the negotiations taking place, we now have an August 1 date when presumably many, if not all of these tariffs will go into effect. So it's become a little bit more real maybe for some investors today.
Yeah, about a 3-week pushback. So we'll see what happens.
All right, so looking at the markets again here, S&P 500 off, let's call it 38 points. That's 0.6% here. The NASDAQ off 140.7%. I quote the Dow for John Farrow, because he hates it. Let's call it an even 300 points down, about 6 to 0.7%. Tom Keene VIX, 17.72. So a little bit of a lift in the VIX. The Bloomberg Dollar Index getting a little light here today. We've been talking about the dollar being down kind of 10% from its high this year, trying to get a little bit of stabilization there. On the yield space, 10-year Treasury up 3 basis points, 4.38% on your 10-year. You look at the 2-year, let's call it 390. So we've got about 48 basis points of steepening in the yield curve. Lisa Abramowitz, she tells me that's important, so I'll go with her on that. She's our bond expert here. WTI crude oil finding a little bit of a bounce here, up about 40 cents, $67.40. And gold pulling back just a little bit, but still $3,300 handle for gold. And for Matt Miller, Westchester, off 280 points, 108,000 per token. So some movement, preserving value there. I mean, Bitcoin, you talk all you want about it, but it's a risk-on asset, risky asset. When the markets are moving higher, it moves higher. And likewise, when markets turn down, it turns down as well. So we'll keep an eye on that. We're going to have more coming up. Mandeep Singh, the Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Tech Analyst on TikTok. Latest there. Brian Jacobson, Chief Economist at Annex Wealth Management, on his thoughts on this market. So all that coming up. This is Bloomberg.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the collagen. Collagen helps multiple systems. It helps with your skin, your hair, your nails. It'll help with your joints and your cartilage, your musculature, and your bones. It's a month supply in this container. The typical amino acid profile is shown on the screen here. You can also read the label on my website. Take it every day, mix it with soft foods, filtered water, a smoothie, or even with just milk. Some people even put it in coffee. I haven't done that, but take it every day, do resistance training, and build up that muscle, help with that, the cartilage and your joint health and your bone density, but also your skin. So it's dual purpose. Please go to my store and get the collagen. In addition, it's really important to mitigate any irritation that you might have in your throat by taking the lozenges and the drops, no matter what the season is. Now, you've been hearing about razor throat. I'm telling you, get prepared, all right? I've been trying to help people for over 5 years on how to mitigate issues that are arising in your community, but also how to help your health and wellness. Pay attention to me, all right? Be prepared. Make sure that you get lozenges. Elderberry zinc, I have it in stock. You can get 21 per bag. You can also get blueberry, honey and lemon, and cherry drops that are in a 100 count. And what this does is that right when you have that irritation, you mitigate it by taking the lozenges and the drops. Have some at work, have some at home. You never know when you need it, no matter what the season is, but be prepared for razor throat, all right? Now, I got to use these words in a kludgy way so I don't get a strike. But the thing is you need to pay attention and you need to be prepared. So go to my store, get the drops and the lozenges, be prepared. Use discount 5, get $5 off any order. If you spend $150 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It's 11:21 on Wall Street. You check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. The lows of the session right now. This Bloomberg Business Flash is brought to you by Oracle. Attention growing businesses. Oracle's offering to cut your current cloud bill in half if you move to Oracle Cloud Infrastructure. For new U.S. customers with minimum financial commitment, see if your company qualifies at oracle.com/Bloomberg. Stocks are falling, the dollar rising at the start of a volatile week as American trading partners rush to finalize deals with President Trump's administration before Wednesday's deadline. S&P 500 index lows of the day right now down 41.6238, a drop now of 0.7%. The Dow also down 0.7%, tumbling 322 points, while Nasdaq is down 156, a drop there of 0.8%. The Bloomberg Mag 7 index down 1.2%. Tesla leading the way lower, down 7.1%. The 10-year 4.38%. The 2-year 3.89%. Gold down $17 the ounce, 33.19, drop there of 0.5%. And West Texas Intermediate crude up 0.8%, 67.53 for a barrel of WTI. Apple says it is appealing a $580 million fine from the European Union, calling the penalty unprecedented, and the regulators required changes to its App Store as, quote, unlawful. Apple shares down now by 0.7%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, Charlie Powell, thank you so much. We appreciate that. You've been saying with Paul Sweeney live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. We're streaming live on YouTube, so check us out there as well. Well, I think we're about 6 months into this discussion and analysis of what tariffs mean to the economy. And I think the consensus is slower growth, maybe some higher inflation. But I don't know, if you look at the hard data, I'm not sure I'm seeing it. Certainly not really in inflation. Maybe a little bit slower growth. I don't know. Let's talk to an expert on this stuff here. Brian Jacobson, Chief Economist at Annex Wealth Management. Brian, what are your expectations for an economy that has to deal now with fairly broad tariffs if come maybe as soon as August 1?
Yeah, that's a great question. And I think that we can look back as to what happened during the first Trump administration. Everybody got excited with the initial passage of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, right? So that gave a lot of tax relief to smaller businesses. And so what he gave with one hand, he unfortunately took with the other in terms of the trade war with China. Now we have that, but a little bit more amplified, especially in terms of the tariffs. We got the extension of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, plus a few additional sweeteners in there. Some things that I think we can legitimately be really excited about in terms of prospect for growth, like 100% R&D expensing, incentives for doing the bonus depreciation for property, plant, and equipment. So those are all good things, but we do have that tariff overhang. Now, I think maybe what the market is looking at today is trying to figure out what are those letters going to say, because we don't have a lot of clarity on it. We can only guess. Maybe the UK kind of serves as like how low President Trump is willing to go with tariffs, the 10%. And then Vietnam maybe serves as what the ceiling could look like, which is 20%. So if we're somewhere between 10 and 20% kind of across the board, I think people will be able to adjust to that. It's just, the waiting is the hardest part.
So then the question is, how should investors prepare for this potential tariff impact?
Well, I think one of the best ways to prepare for it is just to almost kind of like close your eyes and just ride through it, because we'll get the volatility. But ultimately, I do think we will settle into that range of between 10 and 20% tariffs, which I would prefer zero tariffs just because I don't like paying taxes. I don't know many people who do. But in terms of the economic effects, what we're probably going to see is not a lot of inflation from it at the consumer level. More of the quote-unquote inflation is perhaps at the cost and at the producer level, which means it really does boil down to which companies are able to manage their costs, whether that's from leaning on suppliers or finding additional efficiencies, or perhaps even taking advantage of these new R&D expensing and the bonus depreciation to offset some of the tariffs to maintain their profits.
So, Brian, given that backdrop here, how do you think the Fed is viewing the world today, and how do you think they're going to behave for the remainder of the year?
That's one of the things that I noticed is that the Fed, Chair Powell, he has really talked always about being data dependent, which we always interpreted as being they're going to be late, but they're not going to be too late to changing rates. Now they're much more looking at data that's going to come out. They've sort of switched to more looking through the windshield as opposed to through the rear view mirror. And that is somewhat dangerous, because what it means is that if their model of how tariffs, taxes, and immigration will affect the economy, if that's wrong, then they're going to have to do a rather large about face when it comes to policy. I think a lot of the evidence is to suggest we're not going to see a huge amount of consumer price inflation. most of the tariff effect is going to be on the producer, on the profit side of things, which then is a real downer for growth. And so as a result, they're not likely to do anything in July, but come September, enough evidence is likely going to accumulate to suggest that maybe they need to do another supersized cut, just like they did when they kicked off the rate cutting cycle.
Now, Brian, I want to get into some different trends. So I'm drinking my coffee this weekend and I come across this article, right? It says, forget about the Mag 7, investors now learning to love the unprofitable 858, like those in the Russell 3000. So what's your take on this? I mean, are meme stocks, money-losing companies, are those back in the spotlight?
Yeah, the way that we're looking at it on our investment committee here is that we still do believe in like the data center build out, artificial intelligence and technology, but it is about kind of widening that lens, right? Not just being narrowly focused on the chip makers and the data center the operators, but widening that lens. And the market has done that to an extent where it included like utilities as far as being almost like AI adjacent, that type of trade. But where are the companies that are actually able to show some return on the invested capital here, right? So it kind of gets back to doing the fundamental analysis. What's the return on invested capital? We're going to likely see a huge amount of invested capital deployed over the next few years as people do take advantage of these new tax code provisions. And some of that money isn't really going to be spent all that wisely. So I hate to say it, but it does boil down to being more of a stock picker's market. People always say that, but I think that, maybe this time they'll actually be true.
Brian, while we have you here, what's your view of the consumer here? And does the tax and spending bill that President Trump just signed, does that help or hurt the consumer? Do we have any sense yet?
Yeah, it does both, right? It hurts some and it helps others. I think that in terms of, let's say, the Medicaid and SNAP provisions, that's more of a longer term effect, I think, in terms of the effects that might have on consumers. But there are some things for tax year 2025 that can actually benefit consumers to relieve some of the pressure that especially lower income individuals might be under. You have the enhanced standard deduction. You have the expanded standard deduction for seniors. You have no tax on tips, no tax on overtime. You have an enhanced child tax care credit. So I think that number of provisions, at least on the margin, relieves some of the pressure on lower end consumers, and really avoiding $400 billion tax increase, I think was generally a good idea.
All right, Brian Jacobson, Chief Economist at Annex Wealth Management. Thank you so much for your time this morning. We want to move on now to the latest TikTok news. We're going to bring in Mandeep Singh, Bloomberg Intelligence, Senior Tech Industry Analyst. Okay, so Mandeep, President Trump getting ready to begin talks with China about a possible TikTok deal to sell the app. I want to ask you, where do we stand in this right now? What is the latest?
I mean, from what we know, President Trump is pretty confident that there is a buyer. In fact, there could be private equity buyers, a consortium who may be interested in buying TikTok US. And at this point, they want to make sure that it goes through in terms of getting the approval from China. But in the process, they've launched a new app, TikTok has, and that sort of suggests they want to decouple the algorithm from the core TikTok usage. So that was also a point of contention in terms of getting the approval. So I think the two go hand in hand, that one, there is a buyer available, and the other, the app is getting a changeover in terms of decoupling the algorithm.
All right, so am I going to have effectively two TikToks out there? The TikTok app we all know and love, and then something that they're dubbing internally as M2. So now there's going to be two effective TikTok apps out there for all these people?
Yes, and look, with apps, there's always like a date when the first app will obviously be phased out, and folks won't have access to it. I mean, remember what happened during the ban? The app wasn't even available. So in this case, the plan is, if and when the deal gets announced and the new TikTok owner, which we don't know who it will be, will get access to the new app, and then the first one gets phased out.
All right, so my kids want to know. They're asking, okay? Is there any chance of none of this going through? Like just TikTok disappearing from the U.S. in general? You're devastated, Randy.
I mean, look, it happened for 2 days. The app went dark, and at that time, Instagram got a very nice pop in terms of engagement. So from that perspective, would be all positive news for a Meta, Snapchat, or even a Duolingo was mentioned as a beneficiary of TikTok app went dark. Yeah, I know it's not very intuitive, but it did happen in the data. You could see for those 2 days, Duolingo did get a pop in engagement time.
All right. I mean, you got to spend your time somehow. God forbid reading a book. It says the father. Okay, so China. If I'm China, what's my incentive to approve a sale to, say, a group, maybe including something like an Oracle? What's my incentive?
The incentive is it's the president of the United States who is negotiating the deal, and this is part of a much bigger conversation when it comes to China tariffs and everything that they are negotiating. So TikTok deal to me is part of that bigger negotiation now. And President Trump is obviously keen to have a deal for TikTok US. He doesn't want the app to be banned. And as part of that, he wants some concessions on the tariff front. So to me, this is part of a much bigger negotiation.
Now you mentioned Oracle. Is Oracle the only name being thrown around?
They are the trusted one when it comes to Washington. They are, among all the hyperscalers, I think they get the trust of the president in terms of moving ahead.
What's the draw? Why Oracle?
Oracle clearly hosts all the backend infrastructure for TikTok. So this has been going a while, and they have moved all the backend infrastructure to Oracle's platform. And they clearly have some sort of synergy when it comes to hosting that, making sure nothing gets saved in Chinese data centers and none of the data gets transferred there. So I think they're in the best position to do that.
30 seconds. Any sense of timing when this could happen?
It's sounding like President Trump is confident about this happening over the course of the next 90 days because, remember, he extended the ban by another 90 days. So
I'll tell you, Trump always is extending, deals. It's always this 90-day extension. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the turmeric. This will bring down inflammation, help with your immune system, and your cardiovascular system. It'll also help to soak up free radicals. Lignans neutralizes free radicals, helps with your endocrine system, and helps with your immune system. Ashwagandha root helps to control your cortisol levels and your blood glucose levels. By taking ashwagandha root, lignans, and turmeric, you can take them separately to help with your immune system and your cardiovascular system. But if you stack them together, you can get added benefits. There's a synergistic aspect to the stack. So take the turmeric, the lignans, and the ashwagandha together. Use discount 5. You get $5 off any order. If you spend $150 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last. Get that stack. It's going to help with your immune system and your cardiovascular system. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Also, get the zeolite. Zeolite helps to bind to heavy metals, toxins, and chemicals. It allows you to urinate them out within 6 to 8 hours. Take it every day. Take 3 small drops underneath your tongue. Drink it with filtered water. Do that every day. If you want a heavier detox, take 5 to 10 small drops underneath your tongue. Drink it with filtered water. Do that every day until the bottle is done, and do that once or twice a year. It's up to you, but I think it's better to do a maintenance dose daily. So please go to my store and get the zeolite. please go to my store and get the Boomer Boost. Boomer Boost has 68 nutrients. It's going to target your cardiovascular system, your energy levels, improve your metabolism, help with your strength and musculature, and your brain function. It has a very comprehensive compound profile that you can read the label on my website. This is something that you should be taking every day. If you want to lose weight, a great way to do it is to take it for your breakfast or for your lunch. Mix it with soft foods, filtered water, a smoothie, or even with milk. But take it either for breakfast or for lunch and do some training, weights, cardio, stretching, balancing, and you're going to slowly lose weight safely and you're going to have lots of energy. Now, if you don't want to lose weight and you want to maintain the weight that you're at, you can take this and not have a calorie restriction. But the point here is that you should be taking this every day. This stuff will help to slow down the aging process and boost up your other organ systems. You'll have more vitality, you'll have lots of energy. And if you stack it with the barley, either the heirloom barley or the gladiator barley, it's a great way to control your A1C levels and build muscle, detoxify your body, bring down inflammation. So please go to my store, get the Boomer Boost. This is a must to have. You should be taking this no matter who you are. If you want to lose weight or if you want to just get healthy, this is an essential item. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Boomer Boost. I've partnered up with Rainbow Herbals and we've developed these deodorants. You can get it in citrus, peppermint, lavender, and tea tree. It's for males or females. These deodorants you use daily that will also help to detoxify your body. It has no aluminum, no baking soda. It's made from essential oils from the Himalayas. Please go to my store and get a couple bars for your household. Very high quality deodorants. And resveratrol. Resveratrol is something that I've been taking for many decades. Now, resveratrol will help to soak up free radicals, help the health of the mitochondria. You'll have more energy. It'll help with youthful gene expression. It'll help to get rid of cells that are in senescence. And it stacks very well with C60. C60 is a great stack with resveratrol. Another great stack with resveratrol are the NAD+, the ubiquinol, Clarity Factor, Boomer Boost. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the resveratrol.
The start of a potentially volatile week as trading partners rush to finalize deals with President Trump's administration before the Wednesday deadline following a rally to records. S&P 500 index losing steam, a gauge of mega caps down by about 1.5%. Right now, the S&P 500 index is down 37, drop there of 0.6% at 62.41. Dow Industrials down 335, a decline of 0.7%. Nasdaq down 135, a drop also of 0.7%. The 10-year 4.38%, the 2-year 3.89%. Gold down $16 the ounce. Spot gold down 0.5%, 33.20 the ounce. And West Texas Intermediate crude up 0.7%, 67.44 a barrel on WTI. As for the economic backdrop, specifically the inflation outlook and what it means for the Federal Reserve, Brian Jacobson is chief economist at Annex Wealth Management. He was a guest moments ago here on Bloomberg Intelligence.
I think a lot of the evidence is to suggest we're not going to see a huge amount of consumer price inflation. Most of the tariff effect is going to be on the producer, on the profit side of things, which then is a real downer for growth. And so as a result, they're not likely to do anything in July, but come September, enough evidence is likely going to accumulate to suggest that maybe they need to do another supersized cut, just like they did when they kicked off the rate cutting cycle.
Brian Jacobson of Annex Wealth interviewed moments ago here on Bloomberg Intelligence. CrowdStrike holding shares lower after Piper Sandler cut the software company to neutral from overweight as it surpassed the investment bank's price target. CrowdStrike down 2.1%. 1%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pell. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie Pell, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Lisa Mateo, Paul Sweeney, live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio, streaming live on YouTube as well. Today we're going to talk about Tesla, probably not for the reasons it wants us to be talking about it. It's down 7% on some concerns about Elon Musk and his continued fascination with politics. Let's broaden our discussion out to the broader EV market, the global EV market in general. We could do that with Alexandra O'Donovan, head of electric vehicles for Bloomberg BNEF. She's in London. So, Alexandra, talk to us just broadly defined about kind of the global electric vehicle market here. It's certainly lost a lot of momentum here in the United States, but I'm not sure that's a global phenomenon. What's the state of the market?
Yeah, hi, thank you, and thanks for having me around. So I think first and foremost, the key highlight from our outlook this year is that 2025 is set to be, well, another record year for global EV sales, but this growth is slowing down. So we expect this year nearly 22 million electric cars to be sold globally and account for roughly 1 in every 4 cars sold globally this year. But the market as a whole is really going to be up only around 25%. So this is a slowdown from those annual growth rates that we've been used to in the past of 30, 60, or even 100% year on year. I think it's also worth mentioning that China is yet to extend its lead further over other markets. So nearly 2/3 of sales in 2025 will happen in China, and this will be followed by the second best Europe, which only contributes around 17% to that global total. And lastly, I think it's worth mentioning as well that for the first time in EVA history, and we've been running this report for the last 10 years, we had to lower our long-term outlook compared to the previous forecast.
Now, all that said, I mean, federal tax credits on the purchase of the EVs, that ends September 30th. So what kind of impact is that going to have on the EV market here in the U.S.?
Yeah, I think the removal of the EV tax credits combined with the rollback of the fuel economy target, this is all pushing downward pressure on U.S. EV sales. So at the beginning of that sort of removal of the 7,500 EV tax credit, we expect a pull forward. So consumers will rush to make that purchase before the subsidy expires. But after that, it's going to be a rather downward trend for the U.S. So this year, assuming the EV tax removal and assuming the fuel economy changes, we expect passenger EV sales in the U.S. to reach just 4.1 million by 2030, and that would be roughly 27% of all cars sold in the country. And that compares to 48% that we forecasted by 2030 in our previous outlook. So that downward pressure from the removal of the EV tax credit, from the rollback of the fuel economy target, is real.
Alexandra, it just seems to me, I'm not an expert, but outside of the U.S., it seems to me like the Chinese, particularly BYD, are going to own the world as it relates to electric vehicles. Am I oversimplifying that?
Well, China is definitely responsible for much of the EV supply chain, and that goes for battery manufacturing and EV manufacturing, as well as sort of on the demand front. But growth is not happening only in China. So those lower cost, better technology, China-made EVs are also helping to spur EV sales growth in more of the emerging EV markets like Thailand or Brazil. Also, sales in Europe are also set to grow. So it's not only a China story, but China is a dominant story in the EV sort of demand outlook these days.
Now, you've been covering this market for a very long time. Is there anything that surprised you in the findings? This year, I mean, you, the expert, anything that kind of set you back a little bit?
Well, I don't think it's so surprising. I've already mentioned that is that growth in the emerging EV market. So that includes Thailand, which is now, for example, higher in EV adoption than the US. It's also Brazil, which is ahead of Japan. So I don't think we can no longer say that electrification is, will start in those mature economies and slowly trickle down to the emerging markets. I think it's worth mentioning that Thailand and Brazil are one of the most price-sensitive car markets in the world, and that suggests that electrification is really no longer limited to or reserved for the premium upper end vehicles, so that electrification can and is successfully done more for the mass market cars as well.
Talk to us about just the cost of production here. One of the advantages of, I know that some of the Chinese vehicles is that they're pretty good quality at a lower cost. Talk to us about just the cost of EVs. When are they going to get to a level when I don't have to pay a material premium versus, an internal combustion engine?
Yeah, so currently China is the only country where we can see that on average electric cars are cheaper to buy than combustion vehicles. But battery prices are falling really, really quickly. And what that means is that in most markets, in most segments, the battery prices are, slowly becoming low enough to allow that upfront price parity to be reached also in other, even those more price sensitive markets and other segments. So, we see that happening in the US around 2027, 2028 for some of those vehicle segments. In Europe, it can happen even sooner. The more price sensitive markets sort of get there a bit later. But still, it's within the next couple of years that in theory, electric vehicles should be cheaper to buy than combustion vehicles. And again, that's down to falling battery prices. These are falling quite rapidly.
And last question, what about charging technologies? I mean, that's one of the kind of the biggest things that people talk about when they have EVs is it fast enough? Are there enough charging stations? Where do we stand there?
Yeah, I think, usually the story around charging infrastructure is that there isn't enough, but our numbers suggest something different. So I think a lot of those fast charging networks, publicly available fast charging networks in many markets are growing really fast. Some of them are doubling every year. So charging infrastructure is coming. It's also, the charging times at those chargers are now shorter than ever and it's easier to compete with refueling times. So the experience for the consumers is improving, and those charging stations are being built. Some markets are moving faster than others, but overall, I think we're moving away from thinking about charging infrastructure as in there isn't enough. It's more about reliability, the cost of charging right now. These are the main topics.
Alexandra, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate the update, Alexandra. O'Donovan, head of electric vehicles at Bloomberg BNEF. She is in our lovely London headquarters, which is a spectacular building in the city of London. Again, the latest there. So growth is still there for EVs globally. The growth rate is slowing, and they're citing the U.S. as a market that has particularly slowing trends, and that has to do with a lot of different trends out there, including incentives that may be going away or are going away. We'll have more coming up. This is Bloomberg.
You're listening to Bloomberg Intelligence with Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, this is Mateo Paul Sweeney live here on our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. We are streaming live on YouTube, so head over to youtube.com, search Bloomberg Podcast Live. Well, President Trump last week signed into law his tax and spending bill, a significant legislative victory for President Trump and his team. What does it mean for folks out there in the marketplace, and what is it are the political ramifications for both parties going forward? We check in with Wendy Schiller. She's an Allison S. Ressler Professor of Political Science at Brown University. So, Wendy, this is a big win for the president. What does it mean for U.S. folks?
Hi, Paul. Hi, Lisa. Well, there's a lot of what you call good stuff in this tax bill for Americans who are used to lower tax rates from the first Trump tax bill, but also some new additions, an increase in the child care tax credit, for example. If you're over 65, a short-term increase in the amount of money you can deduct. Certainly state and local tax deductions, things that are important, I think, to New Yorkers in particular, that will gradually rise for a couple of years before it comes back down again, theoretically. I'm suspicious that will actually ever come down again. But nonetheless, the Republicans put enough things in this bill that affect the majority of American voters in a positive way that they think they're going to get credit for it. But on the other hand, they seem to have lost the narrative coming out of the gate, which is that you're cutting Medicaid, in particular the health insurance program for low income and people who have particular special needs. That's Medicaid. And the narrative is you're slashing Medicaid, you're kicking people off who need the coverage, and you're slashing things like food security programs, SNAP, for example. So the Democrats have done a good job of trying to sort of remind American voters that not everything in this bill is good for them. The problem Democrats face is that for the majority of people who vote at the moment, most of what's in this bill is good for them.
Now, you mentioned Medicaid. I want to take you back to there, Wendy. What does it mean? You mentioned, yes, for the poor Americans out there. What does it mean also for the hospitals, for the insurers as well?
Right, and we don't want to think of poor Americans as a small percentage. It's something like 70 million people. Sure. And there are all sorts of ways, as everything in bureaucracy happens, where you find ways to get more money from the federal government to subsidize the cost that you're paying out at the state level. And that's what states have done by taxing providers of care that are covered under Medicaid and then paying them more money for those services, but then getting some of that money back through taxation. So the Republicans said this is a grift. You're sort of ripping us off, and we want to change it. The problem is the states still have to come up with that money to keep these hospitals afloat, particularly rural hospitals or hospitals in very poor communities. And this will put pressure on state budgets starting now. It's not as if these cuts don't really go into effect till the end of 2026, beyond the 26 midterms. Everyone should make sure they pay attention to that maneuver. But states have to balance the budget, and they're going to have to account for that starting this coming spring next year for 2026. So we will feel these cuts at the state level in every state well before they technically go into effect.
Do we have any kind of plan or thoughts of a plan from the Democratic Party about how to position this bill and from a political perspective? Because if there is one, I haven't really seen it.
Well, the challenge for the Democrats so far in the second Trump administration has been, let's warn people how bad things are, but they have to get bad for the vast majority of Americans. The problem for the Trump administration right now is the vast majority of Americans in polling, not the vast majority, but the majority say we're underwater. In other words, the economy is not doing well, and we're going in the wrong direction. And those numbers have shifted upwards in the negative direction. So one party will be trying to say, hey, we kept your tax cuts, you'll have more money in your pocket. The other party is saying, well, it still costs a fortune to get a mortgage, costs a fortune to get a car. By the way, the Trump administration included a tax deduction for the interest on a new car that supposedly should help car buying. So you think about these things and they're dueling messages. And the problem is for both parties that the American public seems cranky. They seem unhappy and cranky and not pleased with either side. So it's hard to get the messaging advantage when people just are so irritated they want to tune you out completely.
Now, one of the things President Trump had in his campaign promise was to eliminate taxes on things like Social Security, tips, overtime. Does this bill address that?
It does. It does eliminate some tips on overtime, but it has an income limit, right? So it has a cap on it. It has to be declared. It has to be a certain way you receive the money. So there are some obstacles, but it should help people generally in that category. So, Republicans, I think, try to target particular audiences. As you know, people with less than a college education, a bigger portion of those voters are shifting Republican now. So there have to be things in this bill that help people who are relatively low income. The problem is many of them may also be on Obamacare, where the Trump administration limited access to some of these premiums that we've seen and limited sort of enrollment periods. So you get sort of a double whammy. You're doing something good, but you're taking away something that same person might need. And that's the balance. But those takeaways don't technically happen for a year and a half beyond the election. So the Republicans will try to minimize that impact. The Democrats will try to take advantage of what's to come. But as we know, most voters are short-term, sticking at what's in front of them in the immediate future.
All right, Wendy, lots to go through there, lots coming out of Washington, D.C. Now it seems with that tax bill in the rearview mirror, it's all about tariffs yet again. Wendy Schiller, Allison S. Bressler, professor of political science at Brown University, joining us via Zoom from Providence, Rhode Island. For our listeners in the U.S., a reminder, you can listen to us via satellite radio on Sirius XM Channel 121, access the world's only global audio business network, coast to coast, 24 hours a day. Stay with us. Your top stories and global business headlines are coming up in just a moment. Looking at the S&P 500 final little check here, down 40.6%. The NASDAQ down 135% at 0.6%. Bond market yields on your 10-year Treasury a bit higher here, but up about 4 basis points, 4.38%. WTI crude oil, that's a little bit higher here. It's still below $68 per barrel. And that does it for Lisa, Mateo, and myself. This is Bloomberg Morning.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by ZipRecruiter.
I'm Steve Kathan. The grim reality is becoming clear at a summer camp that was washed away along the Guadalupe River in Texas. Camp Mystic says 27 campers and counselors are known to have died. Texas Senator Ted Cruz.
There's still 10 girls and 1 counselor from Camp Mystic that are unaccounted for. And the pain and agony of not knowing your child's whereabouts, it's the worst thing imagined.
CBS's Jason Allen on the aftermath at that camp.
This was just covered in mud and tree branches, and this is a camp that just sits right up on the banks of the Guadalupe River. This has been a very difficult spot for them to find any sort of higher ground to run to.
Officials say the flooding has claimed more than 80 lives. Now to the White House, CBS's Nancy Cordes reports on the latest trade pressure being applied.
The president saying about 12 to 15 letters are going to go out to countries beginning today, putting them on notice that if they don't start to finalize their deals with the United States, they are going to be hit with much higher tariffs starting in just 3 weeks.
The Treasury Secretary indicates several trade frameworks will be announced in the next 24 hours. President Trump meets at the White House later on today with Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu. Middle East expert Aaron David Miller says there's Iran to consider and Gaza.
To end the war in Gaza, you have to answer 3 basic questions, and we're no closer to answering any of them. Number 1, what will be the role of Hamas? Number 2, what happens to the security environment in Gaza? Then, of course, the problem of Palestinian governance. Who's going to govern Gaza?
Authorities say a 27-year-old man has been killed after opening fire at a U.S. Border Patrol facility in McAllen, Texas. 1 officer was injured. Overseas, Britons have been observing the 20th anniversary of suicide bombings in London.
I'm Vicky Barker in London. King Charles and Prime Minister Keir Starmer joining survivors and first responders at a service in St. Paul's Cathedral, one of many observances across the capital. Dan Brittle was on one of the 3 underground trains attacked. The city bus was also targeted.
I tried to move my arms and hands, so I realised my arms and hands were on fire.
52 people died, nearly 800 were injured. Today, a day of remembrance and healing.
A new study shows the health of American children has deteriorated over the past 17 years, with kids today more likely to experience obesity, chronic diseases, and other issues. Research is in the Journal of the American Medical Association. Wall Street, right now the Dow is down 310 points. The S&P is down 35. This is CBS News. California's largest wildfire of the year has now burned more than 80,000 acres. The Madre fire is located in a coastal area northwest of Santa Barbara. And CBS's Elise Preston tells us.
Today marks 6 months since devastating wildfires tore through the Pacific Palisades in Altadena, California. 22 lives were lost and nearly 11,000 structures burned. To date, Los Angeles County officials report an estimated 76,000 survivors have received help on the road to recovery. Meanwhile, the state's insurance commissioner has launched an investigation into State Farm over how it's handled claims. The company says it's cooperating with the state. Elise Preston, CBS News, Los Angeles.
At the movies, Jurassic World Rebirth roared its way to the top of the holiday weekend box office, earning $91 million in North America, $318 million globally. Steve Kathan, CBS News.
Live from Washington, D.C., this is Balance of Power with Joe Matthew.
The letters are in the mail, or so they say. Welcome to the Monday edition of Balance of Power as the Trump administration targets this hour to send official letters to countries around the globe declaring new tariffs on their goods. This all ahead, of course, the president's tariff deadline on Wednesday. We're going to get the latest on this straight from the White House, from Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall, straight ahead. And we'll get up to date on the tragedy in Texas and the response from the federal government when we talk to Bloomberg's Julie Fine, our Texas bureau chief. New polling out from Ipsos on the president's big, beautiful bill, now law. When Cliff Young joins us from Ipsos, we'll have analysis ahead from Ashley Davis at S3 Group and from our political panel. Bloomberg Politics contributors Rick Davis and Jeannie Shantano are with us as we come off the holiday weekend and try to unpack a lot of news. Wall Street is heading lower this first trading session of the week, and that's where we start as always. Let's get to the markets right now with Charlie Pellet at World Headquarters in New York. What's going on, Charlie?
Right now we are lower across the board. Joe Matthew indeed back to work Monday, and we got a Monday sell-off here. Lots of moving parts, lots of news, and yes, we got you covered here at Bloomberg. With the S&P down 35 right now, 62.43. That is a drop of 0.6%. Stocks are falling, the dollar higher, but the start of a potentially volatile week as trading partners rush to finalize deals with President Trump's administration before Wednesday's deadline. And we'll have a whole lot more coming up on Balance of Power. The Dow right now down 325, down 0.7%. Nasdaq lower by 120, a decline there of 0.6%. The Mag 7 index down 1.1%, being led lower by Tesla. Tesla tumbling 6.1%. The 10-year 4.38%. The 2-year 3.89%. Gold down $15 the ounce, down 0.5%. And West Texas Intermediate crude up 0.9%, 67.61 for a barrel of WTI.
All right, let me give you a market update. The S&P 500 is trading at 6,244. VIX is trading at 1763. You have a resistance level at about 6,350 or so, and you have a support level that's being tested right now at 6,250. Right now it's trading just below that 6,250 level. So we'll see what happens. The 6,250 might end up being a resistance level, depending on what happens with this tariff news. But I suspect that probably by the end of the trading session, it'll be slightly above or just maybe slightly below the 6,250 mark. Now let's talk about natural gas right now. Natural gas is trading at 3.442. I think the trading range is in between 3.3 to 3.7 or 3.8. I'm longing natural gas right now. You can do that through BOIL ETF. BOIL is trading at 45.80 right now. You can short natural gas if you want to by using cold, spelled with a K. So those are two ETFs that you can use to trade natural gas. So let's talk about the resistance level. The resistance level for BOIL is 51.48. The support level is 45. Okay, so we're above that right now. We're at 45.77. So support level at 45, resistance level at 51.48. There's a big swing there. That's the reason why I said that there's this trading range that's going on in the future market between 3.3 to 3.7 or 3.8. So this is going to, over the next couple days, I suspect this is going to be starting to trade at 3.6 or so for the futures market for natural gas.
Today, right? That's now. To over a dozen countries, the market's pulling back from all-time highs. Benjamin Netanyahu's at the White House to talk about a possible ceasefire in Gaza. Elon Musk is launching a new political party. And of course, that all comes after the passage and signing of the big, beautiful bill. President Trump, how about it? On the South Lawn, standing there on the balcony with the First Lady, watching B-2 bombers fly over his head as part of a 4th of July signing ceremony in a bill that barely passed the House and the Senate, never mind the House all over again. So over the course of the next hour, we're going to unpack a lot of this stuff, figure out what we learned here, and also get to the matter of this horrible tragedy in Texas. Our Texas Bureau Chief, Julie Fine, coming off a briefing in the last hour with Senator Ted Cruz, mayor as well, of Caryville is something that we're going to be talking about as we make our way through this hour. Cliff Young from Ipsos is here. We'll have some new polling data and a lot of great analysis coming up from the likes of Ashley Davis and our signature panel, Rick Davis and Gigi Shanzano. So let's get to it here. It's the 7th of July. That means we are 2 days away from the big deadline, the tariff deadline on the 9th of July. Remember, 90 deals in 90 days? We don't have 90, we don't even have 9. In fact, we don't even have a single comprehensive trade agreement, but frameworks that have been put together with the likes of the UK. We had another one from Vietnam last week. Not a lot of details around that. And we could have more announced. So let's just get right to it now. Tyler Kendall, who's been working straight through the holiday, is still on the North Lawn at the White House, reporting for Bloomberg, and has the latest. Tyler, have the letters gone out in the mail or what?
Yeah, hey Joe. Well, our eyes are really trained on President Trump's Truth Social feed to see if we get any sort of update on whether or not these letters will be going out, since President Trump said we could expect the first round to during the 12 p.m. Eastern hour, which just happens to coincide with the fastest show in politics. Now, of course, President Trump had outlined that we could expect 12 to 15 countries to get these expected letters. But we should keep in mind that while the letters are coming in the coming days, we're not expecting the levies to actually enacted for at least 3 weeks' time. The administration has put forward that there would actually be some room for negotiation here and that the tariffs wouldn't actually start to be collected until August 1st. And we had the Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent over the weekend in an interview, for example, saying that the administration's playbook here is apply some maximum pressure. Those were his words. They're hoping that they're going to put out these letters and then some of our trading partners are going to put their best offer on the table. Now, there is so much we could dive into, but I will quickly point you to the fact that our analysts at Bloomberg Economics are pointing to 3 different scenarios that we could see play out throughout the week, really. One, or perhaps some framework agreements are announced. Think Vietnam, for example, when President Trump announced the other week a 20% levy, but we still have their negotiators in Washington over the weekend because there's so many details that need to be ironed out. The second would be those countries that are negotiating in good faith, according to the administration, and they would get that extension. But Joe, the last bucket, the last scenario that we could see is that some of these countries are given a tariff rate, and that's what it remains. And likely we're tracking, those are going to be those smaller countries, the smaller trading partners that are facing that 10% tariff and aren't really doing much negotiating with the U.S. because they expect that baseline isn't going to go away.
Well, it seemed like they were still figuring it out last weekend. Tyler, when the president spoke to reporters, not even sure exactly how many countries are getting letters. Listen to Donald Trump on the letters going out today on tariffs.
Sending letters out on Monday having to do with the trade deals. Could be 12, maybe 15. Some will go out on Tuesday and Wednesday, and we made deals also. So we're going to have a combination of letters, and some deals have been made. I think we'll have most countries done by July 9th. Yeah. Either a letter or a deal.
Well, wait a minute. There's a big difference between a letter and a deal. We're talking maybe Tuesday, maybe Wednesday, maybe 12, maybe 15. Tyler, it seems like we're skywriting a little bit here. Is that the case?
Well, it's clear, Joe, that the administration wants to show forward progress, but that this situation is incredibly fluid. And we have seen some developments, but not necessarily any concrete details when it comes to actual framework agreements. But I'll point you to 2 developments that happened today that sort of set the stage of where we are in terms of talks. One, you had President Trump this morning threatening an additional 10% tariff on any country he says aligns with anti-American policies of the BRICS nations. Now, these nations had met for a summit over the weekend. They put out a statement criticizing the tariff plans. That could spell trouble for India, which is a country that's long been prioritized, that we've been waiting to see get a deal. But now perhaps this could spell some trouble for what their agreement could look like. But compare that, Joe, to something that we heard this morning when it comes to the European Union. President Trump had a phone call with Ursula von der Leyen yesterday. Now, this was a trading partner that our understanding had really been at the back of the line to make a deal, but it does appear that there's been sort of this reversal in favor that perhaps they could be up for this extension going forward, as it appears, and sources tell Bloomberg that they appear close to at least a technical agreement between the trading partners.
It's fascinating, Tyler. Just quickly, because I need to get to Julie Fine in Texas for the latest. We've got Benjamin Netanyahu in town today. He's going to be having dinner with the president. It's not just the sit down or the working lunch after the Oval bilat. Do we expect news on a ceasefire? This is supposedly the drive of the president here in this meeting, a ceasefire with Hamas. Is that the expectation?
I mean, that would definitely be what the White House would like to see as the goal out of this. And we know that Israel did send negotiators over the weekend. I'll also point you to 2 things that were added to Benjamin Netanyahu's schedule as well, a meeting with Steve Witkoff as well as the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio. So there's going to be a series of meetings leading up to when he does sit down with President Trump, and we'll be tracking all the developments as we get closer, Joe.
Really great, Tyler. Thank you so much. This is how you start the fastest show in politics. Tyler Kendall on the North Lawn at the White House. Bloomberg Washington correspondent. We'll be back with Tyler a little bit later in the broadcast as we learn a bit more about what's going on here. I'd like to know about the first letter in the mail here, at least at some point. Joe Herring is the mayor of Caryville, Texas, and appeared in a briefing a bit earlier today as we turn to another major important developing story that you likely were reading about and hearing about over the weekend. Terrible tragedy following severe flooding, flash flooding in Texas. With the latest here, just terrible news. South Central Texas, now again at an elevated risk of excessive rainfall. This is the next part of the story here. as we continue to look for the missing. At least 88 people have died in central Texas, including 28 children. Camp Mystic, that you've heard so much about in Kerr County, says it is now grieving the loss of 27 campers and counselors, and there are still dozens unaccounted for. This again is the mayor of Caryville, Joe Herring Jr., from a short time ago. Listen.
I need to tell my community and those families who are waiting, this will be a rough week. Primary search continues, and we remain hopeful every foot, every mile, every bend of the river.
Kerrville, Texas, to be clear. Julie Fine is our Texas bureau chief and has been covering this since this story broke over the weekend. And we wanted to spend a couple of minutes with Julie to talk about specifically the aftermath here, the search for survivors and the response from the federal government. She's with us now from our Dallas bureau. Julie, what can you tell us?
Well, I can tell you that that search is ongoing. Governor Abbott this weekend was asked several times, are you calling it recovery now? And he insisted it's still search, and they will do whatever they can to find all of the people that are missing in Texas. There are still 10 campers and 1 counselor missing at this hour, and there are still many more unaccounted for in the state of Texas. This rescue continues. There have been so many volunteers, Joe, coming here. They're actually asking volunteers to stay out of the area because it is still dangerous. We are still expecting bad weather, and there's so much work ahead in this area, Joe.
That's for sure. We understand, in fact, the President of the United States had considered going. He said he'd be in the way right now and is expected to arrive at some point, likely Friday is what we're hearing. Julie, you can tell us if you're hearing otherwise. Chuck Schumer is weighing in on this, by the way, and is asking for an investigation into whether cuts at the National Weather Service affected the forecasting agency's response here. Julie, I want to be really careful and very deliberate about this because I spent the weekend hearing about a lot of conspiracy.
So the BBC is saying that girl aged 8, teenage camp counselor, and football coach among Texas flood victims as death toll nears 90 now. That's from the BBC.
So you have to know, too, there's a question of alerts going out, and then there's a question of people receiving them. Here in the state of Texas, we get alerts extremely frequently about bad weather, whether it's a flash flood warning or whether it's a watch. Also, campers are not sitting there with cell phones right next to them. They are young children. And in the camp, there are many policies that you cannot have your phones there. The question, though, is, did the city alert everybody quick enough? Were there enough alerts? Did they get where they need to go? I think everybody here, no matter the party, Senator Ted Cruz spoke this morning, has said they've got to figure out what went wrong, and they've got to figure it out to make sure this doesn't happen again. Right now, though, they said they do want the focus to be on the search, with so many people still missing here, Joe, and more bad weather coming. So I like how you've explained that you want to be crystal clear about that, and I think they're still trying to figure this out here.
Well, sure they are, and we do need to be careful with the way we talk about this. Julie, just lastly, do we need to worry about this forecast? What's coming in the days ahead?
We don't need to worry. I say this right now, but again, in Texas, in an area that is prone to tornadoes, a tornado can be going in one direction and then abruptly shift and go 75 miles in another direction. They do not anticipate the forecast being near as bad as it was last week. Obviously, everybody is watching. Many of these areas now in the Hill Country have been evacuated, so people are trying their best to get out of harm's way. It's been a very unpredictable weather cycle, so they are not anticipating what we saw over the weekend, but again, still preparing, and there's many, many first responders in the area.
Yeah, pretty remarkable, Julie. Stay in touch with us on what you're learning, of course. Watching for Bloomberg on behalf of our listeners.
There's a little bit of a sell-off right now on the S&P 500. Right now, the S&P 500 is at 6,218. So we now have a new resistance level at 6,250. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the olive leaf extract. This is a dual-purpose supplement. It's going to help with your cardiovascular health and your immune system. It's going to bring down inflammation and help with your lipid profile. Ubiquinol, super important to take if you're 40 years of age or older. Ubiquinol is the most bioavailable form of CoQ10. It'll soak up free radicals, help the health of the mitochondria. You'll end up having more ATP in your cell, and ubiquinol helps to protect neurons. Super important to take. You should be taking ubiquinol every day if you're 40 years of age or older. Vitamin C with magnesium, it's dual purpose. It'll help with your skin, help with your brain function, and help with your immune system. Magnesium also increases the efficacy of vitamin D3. Magnesium is super important for brain function. Stacking ubiquinol and vitamin C with magnesium together is a great way to help with your brain health. And as a foundational piece for your health protocol, getting a probiotic that's high quality is super important. I have two different types of probiotics. I have a powdered version and a Bitchute version. The one I have in stock right now is the powdered version. Please go to my store, get the probiotic. Probiotics are super important to help with your gut biome, to allow you to absorb your nutrients. It'll help with your metabolism. It'll also help bring down inflammation and boost up your immune system at the gut level. It'll improve the communication between your gut and your liver and your gut and your brain. You'll be able to sleep better, get rid of that brain fog. And when you have better sleep, you're consolidating memory and you're detoxifying your central nervous system. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get this probiotic. Also, with a good gut biome, your skin improves. So please go to my store, use discount 5, you get $5 off any order. If you spend $150 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last.
Right now, Apple trading lower, down by just over 1%. The S&P 500 index down 51, close to session lows, down 0.8%. Keep it locked in the Balance of Power on Bloomberg for the very latest on tariffs and any developments out of Washington. Balance of Power continues right now. In fact, we go to Washington once again. Your host, there he is, Joe Mann.
All right, Charlie, we're going to take a look at some of the letters the president is now posting on Truth Social. If Japan raises tariffs, he writes, they will be added to a 25% levy after imposing a 25% tariff on goods.
That's the reason why the market just sold off, right there. If Japan raises tariffs, they will be added to 25% levy. Okay, so now we have tariff war all over again.
Up to the deadline on Wednesday for tariffs that the president told you. Remember, 12 to 15 letters were going out today. Now we've got 2. Wall Street doesn't love it. We've got a lot of analysis coming up for you this hour. Our panel will be with us a bit later, Rick Davis and Jeannie Shansano. We're going to review some polling data with Cliff Young at Ipsos on the big, beautiful bill. And we want to talk about all of it first with Ashley Davis, partner at S3 Group, Republican strategist, with us on the Monday edition here of Balance of Power. Ashley, it's great to see you. I hope you had a good 4th as we try to consider our new reality here on this Monday when it comes to trade. I'm going to start there, and I'll ask you about the president's big, beautiful law coming up in a moment here. But as you see these letters going out and Wall Street getting a whole new case of agita, what do you expect to come from this administration that promised 90 deals in 90 days? We could be in for some volatile days in this next week.
First of all, I hope you had a nice 4th as well, Joe, and great to be back. It was a long week last week, and we can talk about the bill later. But yeah, we're back in the tariff world, and from the last time that the markets were going up and down dramatically over tariffs, we've had Iran in between, we've had the big beautiful bill in between, and we've had this horrific flood. So, but yes, I think that we're going to probably see 10 to 15 letters, as he said. I would think a lot of them, like he just did with Japan and South Korea. I have not looked at it since I was waiting to come on air, but it does seem that he's using the 25% tariffs in these letters as another negotiating tactic. So I do think that there will be some countries that are announced with at least a framework, like Vietnam, as Taylor said in your earlier segment. But I also think the letters are going to be just more of this back and forth. And then you also have the people that have the ability to go to August 1st because of whatever they're negotiating good faith or however that's going to be framed. But listen, it's going to be a while, probably a couple of days for the markets. But I just think that this keeps bouncing back. I mean, look at what happened Friday after the big, beautiful bill passed, or Thursday. I mean, the markets were higher than ever. So and 3 months ago, we were thinking that it was going to be dramatic and traumatic to the market with these tariffs. So we'll see.
Yeah, well, we've taken a pretty significant turn lower since these letters went out. But look, we're right below all-time highs. The markets could be lower on a day like this for any number of reasons, to your point, Ashley. But how are we feeling about the big, beautiful bill turned law? The president signed this thing on the 4th of July as promised. I mean, we were talking about whether this was even going to happen just days ago, not even a week ago, Ashley. They actually got it done. As we sit here on this Monday trying to figure out what was in the bill, what fell out of the bill, there's the prospect of a debt bomb that had the likes of Tom Tillis, Don Bacon, and others literally rewriting their political careers over this. What did Republicans just buy themselves?
Listen, these bills are always difficult, whether it is the big, beautiful bill, whether it was the Reduction Act, whether it was Build Back Better, whether it was the Obamacare bill. I mean, so listen, these happen, and this is what happens when you have one party in place. And there's always fallback and fallout from every big bill, no matter what it is. There are lots of good things in this bill. And just like the IRA from under the Biden administration, even though no Republicans voted for that, a lot of Republicans and a lot of Republican governors took advantage of some of the funding that was given to the states. Just like the big, beautiful bill, a lot of the tax policies, there were lots of tax credits. Obviously, there was no tax on tips. There was no tax on Social Security. There was a new tax credit for child care that was a bipartisan effort originally in the Senate. So there are a bunch of little things. And obviously, I've seen the polling. You said that you're going to talk about the polling on this in a little bit. I think the package as a whole is very difficult for people to get their arms around. But I think the individual pieces, people are going to love.
Interesting.
Except maybe Medicaid.
Lastly, Ashley, that's going to be something that we hear a lot about. And as the president tries to sell this and frame this as a victory I know it's going to be a bit of a road trip for the president and his surrogates coming up here. Are we done? Is there room for more legislation? Will there be a budget following regular order, or am I talking like a crazy person?
I think you'll see a healthcare package come in the fall. You'll obviously have the Authorization Act for National Defense, which always passes, the so-called NDAA. You'll have the Senate is supposed to take up this month the House passed rescissions package, which is I'm sure we'll be talking a lot about it this month, Joe. There's going to be there's going to be drama that goes along with that. So there's going to be little stuff, but people are tired. There was a lot of, even though the excitement at the end for the Republicans, people were, there was a lot of internal arguing over what needs to get in there and what doesn't. And it was hard policy, but we do have a lot of good things. I mean, as you know, as a finance guy, to have this permanent tax cut is a pretty major deal.
It was a very big deal. And great to have you back, as always, Ashley. From S3 Group Republican strategist Ashley Davis, remember what she said. Rescissions will likely be the next stop on the road here. President Trump had a big old party on the south lawn of the White House, complete with B-2 bombers as he signed the bill. Let's listen.
It's the biggest bill of its kind ever done by far, but we are going to have a situation, we are going to have something where people are going to realize the level of success and popularity of this bill.
Even did the YMCA dance, the Trump dance, Cliff. He got the first lady to join him too. That's a showstopper.
That's a day.
It's good to see you. We wanted to talk about what people think about this bill. They saw the sausage being made in a way that maybe has never happened before. And you've been polling at Ipsos. Cliff Young is back, everybody, here in Washington, D.C. Americans are divided, as I read in your analysis on the One Big Beautiful Bill Act. What does America think?
Well, your last guest, Ashley, was spot on. So, in general, in abstract, Americans are very divided. Only plurality of Americans, independent of how you ask the question, maybe somewhere from 20 to 35% are in favor of the bill. That obviously breaks down along partisan lines. It's very much an issue of partisan queuing. If you like Trump, you're in favor of the bill. If you don't like Trump, you're not in favor of it. But the devil's in the details. And when you peel away the onion, what you find is there's a lot of nuggets in there that Americans like.
Okay, let's talk about that, because as you find, American support for extending tax cuts for the less affluent is one, cuts to Medicaid is another. What do we like before we get to what we don't like?
Well, Americans like when the middle class is helped out. Yep. And so across the board, when you look at the details, look at the items that are in favor of the middle class in one way or another, child tax credit as one, no tax on tips is another. These are sorts of things that Americans do like. They are in favor of independent of the name of the bill, of the sponsor of the bill. And so, once again, as I said before, the devil's really in the details.
Sure. How much is Medicaid going to hang over Republicans in the midterms, based on what you've learned?
It's a proof point. It's a political proof point that's not going to be easy to shake.
Do they need to reframe this? Because the president says we're not cutting anyone's Medicaid. We're getting able-bodied adults back to work.
Yeah, just basically, it's basically, basically he said it, she said. That's what's going to be next year. The Democrats obviously are going to try to favor it in terms of their favor, and the Republicans in terms of theirs. I think it's a problem politically. It doesn't mean necessarily from a policy perspective. It is necessarily the wrong decision. By the way, I'm no policy person. I'm just saying as an example. But it will weigh politically in a negative way for Republicans in the next year.
How important is the roadshow here? The administration has made clear that they're getting on airplanes. They're going to major cities. They're going to red and blue states to try to sell the bill. Remembering what Barack Obama said after Obamacare, I wish I had taken the time to explain it to people more.
Yeah, it really reminds you of the ACA, doesn't it?
Yeah.
The ACA, the Barack administration left a vacuum there. The Republicans obviously were able to fill it at the time, fill it in a negative way. There's still sort of this negative anchor to it, even though people agree with many of the specifics of the bill. The Republicans really need to go on the offensive to fill that vacuum before the Democrats can, and obviously the midterms will define the timing of that.
In our remaining moment with Cliff Young, I want to ask you about Benjamin Netanyahu visiting the White House today, because you were running numbers on how Americans felt about strikes against Iran, about reaching peace in the Middle East. They're talking about a potential ceasefire with Hamas. This is something that would be pretty important for the president's story here.
Yeah, I think it would be a very important proof point. We know, based upon not just polling today, but over the last few years, that especially younger Americans don't like military intervention. They don't like that muscular foreign policy that we've had historically. This would be good to shore up, at least in part, the administration with that also important segment. I think it would be a huge win if they were able to do that.
Fascinating. We'll talk about this more with our political panel ahead. Cliff Young, Public Affairs President at Ipsos, with fresh numbers for us here on the regular on Balance of Power. We always love having your research as part of our conversation.
If you notice what they were saying, the ones that were against the SNAP, taking away SNAP, the ones that were against military spending, the ones against protecting the border, they seem like those are the ones that are for the Democratic Party. You notice that? Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the nattokinase. Nattokinase is fibrinolytic. It's going to break up clots. It's going to also help with your lipid profile. It's going to help to bring down LDL levels and increase your HDL levels. By bringing down your LDL levels, you're reducing the chances of oxidized LDL. When you reduce oxidized LDL, guess what? You're reducing the chance of plaque formation. Vitamin D3 and K2, dual purpose. It'll help to build bone density and also help with your cardiovascular health. How does it help with your cardiovascular health? With vitamin D3 and K2, it's going to help to pull some of the calcium out of around the plaque formation, but also reduce additional calcium depositing. Very important. When you do resistance training and you're taking in calcium, either through a supplement or through drinking milk, I drink milk for my calcium intake, and you're taking D3 and K2, doing that resistance training, you're going to be building denser bone. Super important for part of that anti-aging process, because having thicker bone, stronger musculature into your geriatric years is going to be very important for you. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the D3 and the K2, stack them together, dual purpose, helps with your vascular system and your bone density. Vitamin B complex, super important to take if you're 40 years of age or older, because the first 4 B vitamins helps the health of your mitochondria, boost up your ATP levels. Vitamin B complex revs up your metabolism, and vitamin B complex is very important for protecting your neurons. And like I said, in 5 years, you're going to know a lot of people that have problems with have some sort of problem with their neurons, either Parkinsonian shakes, forgetfulness, problems with sleeping, gait issues, balancing issues. In 5 years, you're going to know a lot of people that have problems with their brain. Omega-3, super important for your cardiovascular health. Omega-3 will help to bring down those LDL levels and increase your HDL level. It stacks really well with olive leaf extract. Omega-3 also helps to bring down inflammation, and omega-3 helps to reduce overclotting. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the omega-3 and a great stack. Help with your cardiovascular health and boost up your metabolism and protect your neurons. Stack it with vitamin B complex and omega-3. And again, another great stack to help with your bones and your cardiovascular system is D3 and K2. D3 and K2, and supercharge it with taken nattokinase. So please go to my store, use discount 5. You get $5 off any order. If you spend $150 or more, you get a gift until supplies last.
It's 12:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We are off session lows, still looking at losses. Back to work Monday with the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all in the red. Stocks are falling, the dollar rising as President Trump says the U.S. will impose a 25% tariff on imports from Japan and South Korea, sinking currencies of both nations. Following a rally to records, S&P 500 index now down by about 0.8%, have been down by roughly 1% a few minutes ago. So right now the S&P down 49 at 62.29, the Dow down 462, a decline of 1%, NASDAQ down 163, for the NASDAQ Composite Index, a drop now of 0.8%. The 10-year at 4.38%, with a 2-year currently yielding 3.88%. Gold down 0.3%, down $10 the ounce, 33.26, and West Texas Intermediate crude up 1.3%, 67.91 on WTI. As we have been reporting, as you heard first, right here on Balance of Power, the U.S. is going to impose 25% tariffs on imports from Japan. As for what it means for markets, Ben Laidler is head of U.S. equity strategy at Bradesco Securities UK.
I'm not a bear on the US. I think the US is fine, but I am looking for much more average returns out of the US, these sort of typical 10% levels, not the twice that we've got used to in the last couple of years. And I think the rest of the world looks pretty good here. You still, most of the world, have this sort of double equity and FX discount. The weaker dollar's clearly helping. And I think some of these countries have real silver linings to a potential restart of this tariff war.
Ben Landler of Bradesco Securities UK. CoreWeave is buying Core Scientific in an all-stock deal worth about $9 billion that will allow it to expand its AI data center capacity. CoreWeave down by 3.2%. Shares of Core Scientific, they are plunging 16.9%. Recapping, stocks lower, President Trump making it official, saying the U.S. will impose 25% tariffs on imports from both Japan and South Korea. S&P down 50 now, drop there of 0.8%. For on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. And back we go to Washington. Once again, your host, there is Joe Matthew.
All right, Charlie, connecting the dots between Washington and Wall Street today. The minute these letters went out, markets tumbled to their lows of the day. If you want to read them, they're on Truth Social. You find out just like everybody else. The president not even adding his own commentary here, but slapping up letters to Japan and South Korea. Now, it took me a minute. You were with us live when they posted it. Super tiny font I'm trying to read. I realized they're the same letter. Same letter went out to both countries. So much for the bespoke approach here at the Trump administration. They both open by referring to the U.S.'s significant trade deficit with, quote, "your great country. Nevertheless," the president writes, "we have decided to move forward with you, but only with a more balanced and fair trade. Therefore, we invite you to participate in the extraordinary economy of the United States, number one market in the world by far. As we discuss our trade relationship, in this case, Japan," I'm reading that letter to Japan, "we will charge Japan a tariff of only 25% on any and all Japanese products sent into the U.S., separate from all sectoral tariffs." And then there's a threat for another layer. "Please understand the 25% number is far less than what is needed to eliminate the trade deficit. And if you respond, we're going to add another 25%. One goes to the Prime Minister of Japan, the other to the President of the Republic of South Korea, followed by our favorite. "Thank you for your attention to this matter! Exclamation point. With best wishes, I am sincerely Donald J. Trump." Let's assemble our panel as we watch the markets respond to this in real time. By the way, more letters are going out, right? He said 12 to 15 letters. Could be Tuesday, could be Wednesday, which is the actual deadline, Wednesday, the 9th of July. We're not waiting. Rick and Jeannie are back together following the long holiday weekend. Bloomberg Politics contributors, Jeannie Shanzano, Senior Democracy Fellow with the Center for the Study of the Presidency and Congress. Rick Davis, Republican Strategist Partner, Stone Court Capital. Great to see you both. Jeannie, are we going to get 90 deals in 90 days? Because that would all have to happen in the next 48 hours.
Yeah, they keep extending this deadline, and Joe, it sounds like you're going to be reading a lot more of that tiny font if we get 12 to 15 more letters in the next few days. So get ready. And I love how they put in the one to Japan, only 25%, which was a nice addition. It's like, that's very low. The problem for me with Trump's tariff policy, or what I see as lack thereof, has been the incoherence as to what is the goal. And again, you heard over the weekend, Scott Bessent, it sounds like it's a negotiating strategy, these letters going out. And yet, if it's a negotiation strategy, it cannot be to reshore. And, if it is to raise revenue, that is a whole nother ball of wax. So what is the president doing? Why is he doing it? These remain fundamental questions. And the deadlines just keep shifting. So I'm not sure people are going to pay much attention to the August 1 deadline.
I'm confused on August 1 here. Rick, maybe you are too. The timeline appears to have shifted. Scott Bessent says letters go out. Now we need a deal by the 1st of August. But then, of course, we had the deadline on Wednesday and letters are going out today. This is pretty difficult to understand. Is it effective trade policy?
Yeah, I don't know if it's understandable. In other words, I don't think, as long as the White House doesn't seem committed to any deadlines, then I don't think the countries that are receiving these demand letters or tweets in some cases through social policy making, that they're taking it very seriously. It's hard to tell how much revenue you're going to pick up in the course of 2024 if you're not sure what your levies are going to be at any given month and how far they're going to be rolled back. So I do think there's sort of this fog over the tariff policy at this point where people are going to start saying, I'll believe it when I actually see it go into effect. And that's kind of the taco trade on Trump again. You hate to pick on these, cute little sayings, but I think today is probably going to resurrect the taco trade. So the reality is, you've got a couple here and more to come, and 100 form letters to go to everybody else who was on the original list of reciprocal tariffs, and we'll just see what ultimately happens. I wouldn't be surprised to see some countries doing their own reciprocal increases, but at this stage, you kind of just let Trump be Trump and play it out. And, at the end of some period of time, you'll add it all up and wonder whether there really ever was a tariff policy.
Wow, that's saying a lot. And yes, we'll let you know if more letters go out. Maybe they'll all be the same letter with a different heading. The president, of course, is basking in the glow of this big bill signing, Rick and Jeannie. It actually happened. While everyone was off enjoying their 4th of July, the president signed the Big Beautiful Bill Act into a big, beautiful law. And there were a lot of questions about how, of course, this is going to play politically, how the White House sells this now that it's done. This thing is so big that most people don't know everything that's in it at almost 1,000 pages. The president talked about this at the signing. Let's go to the South Lawn on the 4th of July. Listen.
The stock market's at an all-time high. Jobs are at an all-time high. Everything's at an all-time high. And we're going to keep it that way. We're the greatest country in the world, and we're back. We're back like nobody thought possible this quickly. I thought it would take maybe a year, maybe 2 years, maybe even 3. And we did it in less than 6 months.
Jeannie, the stock market, he says, all-time high. That was actually true. Jobs at an all-time high. Maybe not exactly. He says everything is at an all-time high. There are worries that inflation might also be at an all-time high as we continue to add to the national debt. How does the president message this, knowing that the midterms are creeping up so quickly?
Yeah, he didn't mention another thing at the all-time high, which is the deficit that he added to. But setting that aside, I think we're going to hear, number one, Donald Trump is probably the only Republican out there talking about this bill as being this amazing, great bill. Well, maybe Mike Johnson as well, but there's no real distance between those two. Every other Republican is sort of hiding their face and running from it. I think the way they're going to sell it is they're going to pick off the good parts as they see them. So that would be the investment in the border and immigration. That would be the investment in defense. And that would be some of the populist tax rates and the tax cuts that they put into place. They also did a really tricky thing, which is they put off the reductions in Medicaid and SNAP until after the 2026 midterm election. And they front-loaded all of the giveaways, whether it's the child tax credit, which is a good idea, the baby bonds, the no taxes on tips. So they are obviously looking at 2026 and hoping they can get through it before the Medicaid cuts come in. And for Democrats, this is going to be an issue of how do you make the case that Medicaid is being cut when those cuts don't hit until after the election. That is going to be really challenging for Democrats. They're going to have to use a message of betrayal, and they're going to have to try to pick up some of those clips of Elon Musk and Josh Hawley and Lisa Murkowski and Tom Tillis talking about how bad this thing is and play them ad nauseum.
We're going to talk more in the program with Rick and Jeannie about Elon Musk's new political party that he's apparently launching. But Rick, we spent so much time talking about how difficult this would be, if not impossible, how the bill may have been going off the rails. Duly noted, you told us last week that the momentum was undeniable at a certain point, but I'm wondering how you're looking at this, having spent a lot of time on Capitol Hill in your career. Did this simply come down to a referendum on Trump?
Yeah, this was Trump getting what Trump asked for, even though he never got into the legislative weeds on each particular policy. This is the big, beautiful bill that he deemed necessary to not allow a huge tax cut, which was the motivating factor. His 2017 tax cuts would have expired by the end of this year, and get a lot of other things done, including a massive debt ceiling increase, which a lot of people 6 months ago would have never given him credit to being able to get done, considering how many people in his own party opposed it. So you got to give the credit to the guy. I mean, he really never blinked, left it to John Thune and Speaker Johnson to do the hard work of legislative crafting, and he got a huge victory. I do wonder, scratch my head and think, was this, sort of Congress signing their own political death warrant, or is it early enough that they can get out there and define how this is going to actually positively impact people based on, what they've said was good about it? So it's, a year from now is a long time to be thinking about a political cycle that's going to be impacted by this bill. Remember, Newt Gingrich's contract for America was 4 months before the election and defined the outcome of a midterm. And this is a long way off to make any big calculations politically.
Great perspective on this. Jeannie, when you consider the cuts to Medicaid and the warning that Donald Trump made to lawmakers when he went to Capitol Hill months and months ago at the outset of the crafting of this bill, remember he said, "Don't F with Medicaid," was the leak from people who were in the room. Is that something that will come back to haunt him?
Sure, Democrats will try to use that against him and against whoever they're running for in their districts and states. The problem for the Democrats has been going on for a long time, and that is that the Republicans and Donald Trump's latest big, beautiful bill is an example of this, have passed truly regressive pieces of legislation. They are bad for the working class and they are much better for the wealthy. But that hasn't hurt them at the ballot box. In fact, they've been doing better than ever with the working class, and hence those populist tax cuts we were talking about. And so the Democrats have got to figure out a way to message the fact that this bill is regressive, that Donald Trump has done what the worst case scenario, which is tell them one thing and do something else behind their back when he got to Washington, D.C. That's going to hurt them. But quite frankly, I am not particularly hopeful that Democrats will do that successfully, because so far it has not been a winning message from Democrats. And so if they can show they've been betrayed, it may help them in 2026. But as Rick mentioned, it's a long way off, and Democrats' messaging on this issue has not been good. Nobody is better at this point in politics at speaking to the working class than Donald Trump. They've got to figure out a way to show that he betrayed them by talking about something nobody wants to think about, which is the ins and outs of legislation.
Rick, we've got less than a minute. What's the strategy here if you take this to the people to sell it? Does Donald Trump need a bus tour? Does he do a bunch of rallies or hire new surrogates, draft new voices to sell this bill?
Yeah, I think the onus will actually be on Congress. All of these members have got to hit the hustings and go home and sell it, which means they're going to have to do things that they don't like doing, which is to go do town halls and to put on events that expose them to criticism.
Get ready for the town halls. We'll be talking about them with Rick and Jeannie. They'll be back, of course, our great panel and our second.
Please go to my store and get the Myotrol. Myotrol is super important if you're age 40 or older to build muscle. Myotrol helps to express the genes to build muscle and to maintain that muscle. And it also helps the health of your mitochondria. You need lots of energy to maintain muscle. So when you start to get older, your gene expression changes through methylation. You start to atrophy. You want to reverse that. And part of an anti-aging protocol is to build muscle. Take Myotrol, do resistance training. Myotrol has polyphenols, lignans, and flavonoids to help with that gene expression to build muscle. Myotrol also stacks very well with gladiator barley to help build muscle. So please go to my store and get the Myotrol, start doing resistance training. Another thing that's very important, part of an anti-aging protocol, is to get good sleep. Take this Goodnight formula. It has tryptophan, melatonin, GABA, and passion flower. So you are well rested. You go into those 3 to 5 cycles of deep sleep and REM sleep to consolidate memory, detoxify your central nervous system, and to be well rested. Take it every night, and a great stack is to take the Good Night formula so you're well rested and you're helping your brain function. And Myotrol to help with the gene expression to build muscle. So please go to my store, stack the Good Night formula and the Myotrol together as a great stack. Now let's talk about the Gladiator Barley. Gladiator Barley, like I said, can stack with Myotrol. You can take them separately, but you get the max benefit if you stack them together. Also, Gladiator Barley can be stacked with Boomer Boost. Now, Gladiator Barley is a powder. It's a high-density protein. You take a scooper a day, mix it with soft foods, filtered water, a smoothie. Now, by taking this every day and you're doing resistance training, you're building muscle. Gladiator Barley will also help to detoxify your body, bring down inflammation so you recover quicker from your workout. But by bringing down inflammation, it's helping the vascular level. By bringing down inflammation, you're helping your joints. By bringing down inflammation, you're helping your immune system. And by bringing down inflammation, you're helping your brain. Because by bringing down inflammation at the brain level, you're reducing the stress on the neuron, where if neurons have a lot of stress, these neurons have a tendency to lose its myelin sheath. Well, you want to reduce that, because if you lose the integrity of the myelin sheath of the neuron will not fire and communicate with other neurons as fast. Well, you want to reduce that inflammation so you keep the health consistency of the neuron. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Gladiator Barley. Super important. And like I said, a great stack is the Myotrol and the Gladiator Barley, and the Gladiator Barley with Boomer Boost. Gladiator Barley with resistance training and taking the Boomer Boost, you're going to help to control your A1C levels. So please go to my store, use discount 5, get $5 off. If you spend $150 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last.
Washington, D.C. This is Balance of Power with Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines.
The letters are in the mail. Welcome to the Monday edition of Balance of Power as the Trump administration sends letters to both Japan and South Korea announcing new 25% tariffs on their goods, with more to follow, according to the White House. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lines in Washington. Welcome indeed to the Monday edition. Kaylee, there's a lot we don't know about this, and the president is threatening another layer. If these two countries retaliate, another 25%, we've got what, 88 more countries to deal with?
Yeah, there's a lot of them, though we might not get letters pertaining to all of them today.
Yeah,
the president had suggested something like 12. So far, we've gotten 2, and it's the same tariff rate for both of 25%. And to your point, Joe, his warning is if these countries consider raising their own tariffs against U.S. products in retaliation, he will just add that on to the 25% already in place, though the administration is leaving open here through this letter a suggestion that a deal still could be made by August 1st if they open their markets to the U.S. and eliminate tariff and non-tariff barriers, which is the work that's already been underway since Liberation Day back in April.
We've decided to move forward with you is the line that is in both of these letters. By the way, they're identical, and they appear to be written by Donald Trump. If you read his stylings on Truth Social, it looks somewhat familiar, Kaylee, but there are a lot of questions about what will happen between now and Wednesday, and I guess that's not even a deadline anymore because the administration is looking to August 1st now to get these deals wrapped up.
Yeah, despite the president's suggestion just last week that the July 9th deadline wasn't one that is going to be moved, it does seem that we're circling a new date on the calendar, and other administration officials from the Commerce Secretary to the Treasury Secretary have backed that up as well. So I don't know how much this Wednesday is going to bring excitement, July 9th, but August 1st, the next date we're looking forward to.
We'll get an update live from the White House. Tyler Kendall is there. We're going to sort this out a bit with Sarah Bianchi as well. But, you know, Wall Street is watching this, not loving what it's seeing, Kaylee.
Indeed, Wall Street is. And Charlie Pellet is watching Wall Street. So let's go to him now, live in New York.
Yeah, indeed, losses across the board. We are certainly keeping an eye on what is happening with tariffs and U.S. markets. We got you covered here on Balance of Power, right to the numbers here, because we're looking at just about lows of the session. In fact, on the S&P down 57 right now. That's a decline of 0.9%. Dow now down by 510 points, lower by 1.1%. While the Nasdaq Composite Index is down 198, lower by by 1%. The 10-year, 4.37%, with the 2-year that's currently yielding 3.88%. Gold down $8 the ounce, down 0.2%. And
Natural gas is trading at 3.451, and oil is trading at 45.99.
President Trump says the U.S. will impose a 25% tariff on imports from Japan and South Korea, and that is sinking currencies of both nations. We're also keeping an eye on Tesla shares. A lot of developments involving Tesla and Elon Musk over the weekend. Tesla right now down 7.5%. Musk announcing that he is forming a new political party, digging deeper into a pursuit that has been a drag on his most valuable business. Again, Tesla selling off, down now by 7.4%. Recapping stocks lower, S&P down 57, drop there of 0.9%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. And Balance of Power continues right now. Back we go to Washington once again. Your hosts, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Charlie, many thanks. And great to have Charlie Pellet here on the Monday edition of Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio. Thank you for joining us as well. The letters, as we've mentioned, are going out starting today. We've got 2 of them. Having the White House promised that at noon today, letters would be going out to our trading partners announcing new tariffs if deals were not in place. We have Japan, we have South Korea, 25% tariffs on both. The president yesterday on his way back into town talked about how more would be going out imminently. Listen.
Sending letters out on Monday having to do with the trade deals. Could be 12, maybe 15. Some will go out on Tuesday and Wednesday, and we made deals also. So we're going to have a combination of letters, and some deals have been made. I think we'll have most countries done by July 9th. Yeah. Either a letter or a deal.
So far, no deals announced today, but yes, 2 letters have been received by the governments of Japan and South Korea, respectively, and posted on Truth Social. So let's get the latest now live from the White House, where we find Bloomberg Washington correspondent Tyler Kendall. So Tyler, Japan and South Korea, obviously a starting point today, but what else could we see coming down the pipe?
Yeah, hey, Kelly. Well, President Trump has said that we could expect 12 to 15 countries to get these letters, and we're sort of watching 3 different scenarios here that could unfold. Over the next week, we could see some framework agreements announced, similar to how we saw with Vietnam, for example, President Trump announcing that 20% tariff, though we should note that there were negotiators in Washington over the weekend as they iron that out. Then we could see some of these countries, instead of getting perhaps the letter, they would be given a more tangible extension when it comes to negotiating, since the White House would say that they are negotiating in good faith. And the last bucket would be those countries that could see their tariff rates essentially dictated to them. Perhaps this would be those smaller countries that are already facing that 10% baseline tariff from those Liberation Day levels and aren't really expecting to see much movement going forward there. It is interesting, though, that the 2 countries that he prioritized to send these letters to are actually 2 countries that the White House has been prioritizing for talks. Japan and South Korea have long been at the top of the list when it comes to negotiations for multiple reasons, including that the administration has said that they came early and often with concessions to the table, but also because strategically they are geographically close to China. So it's interesting to see here sort of President Trump's frustration with these countries moving forward. Now, we should note that 25% tariff, that's 1 percentage point higher than what Japan was facing on April 2nd, but it is that same level that South Korea was ultimately given. And just for final thoughts on these letters, 1, we should watch the transshipment of goods. This seems to be a theme when it comes to the administration saying that they will threaten higher tariffs for those. But then second, also the retaliation. President Trump, Joe and Keely, writing in these letters that if either of these countries retaliate, he will just tack on their tariff on top of that 25% rate, which means that these levies could keep going up.
Tyler, it gets to be difficult to understand, or as Bloomberg Politics contributor Rick Davis said earlier, that's because it may not be understandable. But we're now looking at a new deadline of August 1st. Howard Lutnick, who was standing right next to Donald Trump when he made those remarks that we just played on the tarmac from earlier, confirmed that last night. So that is the new deadline?
That does appear to be that they are signaling that while the letters are going out this week, the levies aren't going to be enacted until August 1st, which would give us about a 3-week extension for these countries to make some sort of deal or face these tariff rates that President Trump is outlining. But we should say President Trump in his letter didn't explicitly say that, but that's sort of the indication that we've been getting from other senior administration officials, including Howard Lutnick, as well as the Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. Now, one that we're watching incredibly closely, of course, is the European Union, a country that at first wasn't being prioritized with the talks, but really seems to have this reversal in favor, with Ursula von der Leyen holding a direct phone call with President Trump last night to talk about perhaps a technical negotiation that we could see moving forward here. So a lot to track, a lot of uncertainty, but one thing's for sure, Joe and Kelly, the administration wants to show some sort of forward progress. It just seems that the situation is pretty fluid.
Well, Tyler, another area in which the administration would like to see forward progress is on a ceasefire agreement between Israel and Hamas, something I assume is going to be high on the agenda as President Trump greets the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu at the White House today for the third time in 6 months. What should we expect from this evening's visit?
Right, exactly, Kayla. I can tell you that security is incredibly tight here at the White House. It's very difficult to get in anticipation of this visit. Now, there's a few different things on the schedule, including that they will have this bilateral meeting, and then there will be a state dinner later on tonight. Now, the White House and President Trump in particular is pushing forward the 60-day ceasefire proposal, but it's meeting some resistance, although Israel has come out saying that it would support it and sent mediators to Qatar over the weekend, for example. So really, they're trying to show some sort of forward progress here when it comes to the negotiations. Perhaps we could get some sort of headlines. We know that the Israeli Prime Minister isn't just meeting with President Trump. He also has scheduled meetings with Steve Witkoff, of course, the special envoy, as well as Secretary of State Marco Rubio later on this afternoon.
All right, Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall live at the White House for us, where we'll be watching this evening's events and, of course, continuing to watch Truth Social to see if the president posts more letters that he's penned to various countries. Thank you so much. And obviously, while those matters do have the president's attention today, it has the attention of financial markets as well, Joe, as they try to figure out whether or not this is going to be another taco situation. If what was supposed to be a hard deadline of July 9th is now an August 1st deadline. It's a question of what is believable and what is not.
Well, we're taking it seriously, if not literally, I guess, in this case, to see the markets sink to lows immediately after those letters went out. You tend to think the market was hoping for news on a framework, not unlike what we saw with Vietnam last week. Even in the absence of details, it was at least a suggestion of progress. Now we're moving goalposts again. We've got letters threatening new tariffs. This is not a great recipe for stocks.
Yeah, so we want to get into this further as we turn to Sarah Bianchi, who, of course, was former Deputy U.S. Trade Representative during the Biden administration. She's now Senior Managing Director and Chief Strategist of International Political Affairs and Public Policy at Evercore ISI. Sarah, welcome back to Balance of Power. It's always great to have you on Bloomberg TV and radio as we consider the shifting goalposts here and the letters that Japan and South Korea have just received that suggest August 1st they'll face a 25% tariff unless some kind of deal can be reached by then. Do you think they see August 1st as a hard deadline, knowing it initially was supposed to be this Wednesday? What if it just keeps moving? What incentive do they have to deal with this administration?
Well, I think what is clear is that the administration is trying to send a signal to the countries where they don't believe that trade talks are going particularly well. Japan, we got some indication last week from Trump, has really gotten sideways a bit, largely because they, like South Korea, have very large percent of their imports here to the United States are actually in sectoral. They're autos, they're steel. And the administration has been really, really slow to make any concessions in that area. And I think particularly for both those countries, it is very hard to take a deal back to their people that doesn't have some relief on autos and steel. So can they get that done by August 1st? That's a tall order, but either way, I think what the president is trying to signal is that, yeah, these deals, some of them are going well, but some are a little bit slower than we think and want, and we are looking for these countries to step up their offers.
What's the message that we send every time we delay the deadline?
Well, certainly the market has gotten a bit accustomed to the president coming in very, very tough on these deals, top line and then extensions. But the reality is, in this case, I expect that tariffs are actually going to go up from here. We have more sectoral tariffs to come in pharmaceuticals and semiconductors. Some of these countries, as we saw with Vietnam, are not going to land at 10%. So if we're at a weighted average of around 15% right now, the next era we think is up. Now, I don't believe that all of these tariffs are going to go into place, and I certainly don't believe Korea or Japan is longer this world at 25%, no matter what happens. But those who think that this is all just a noise, I do think should pay a bit more close attention because, again, I think we're going to have directionally higher tariffs from where we're at right now.
Well, and Sarah, to your point, the president has signaled that even that 25% rate could go higher if either of these countries chooses to retaliate. He'll just stack their retaliatory tariff rate on top of the 25%. Do you expect that to be an adequate deterrent? How do you expect Japan and South Korea to respond to this?
Well, I think that South Korea and Japan, first of all, they're slightly differently positioned here. South Korea just elected a new government, so they're really just trying to get their arms around all of this. But look, autos, steel, semis, these are really important issues in these countries. It's very, very hard for them to cut a deal that doesn't provide some relief there. And so while I think they are taking it seriously, I think they're a little bit stuck in terms of what they need. And so really the reciprocal rate is not their biggest, it's not their most significant part of their trade, their exports here to the United States. So I think they're going to also try to hold tough too and get everything they can out of this.
Sarah, how much of this is a message to India, knowing that the White House has really talked about these three countries, South Korea, Japan, and India, as the most likely to announce deals? We've been hearing this for weeks. Today we get letters on South Korea and Japan. Is this a message to anyone in particular?
I don't think so. I think it's really a message to those two countries that the Trump administration is not satisfied where they are in this negotiating cycle. I think they're actually much closer to India. Now, some of these countries, we talked to lots of them, the leaders and companies, they are a bit frustrated. One of the reasons it's easier for India to get a deal is they have very, very high tariffs on the United States. So it's a little bit easier for India to give. So I actually think it's a good sign for India. But look, as we've always said, these trade deals are really hard. They're, the irritants in trade relationships, whether it's an ally or not, they are there for a reason. These are hard issues. So I think the reality is cutting this many deals this fast is just challenging. It's why even with Vietnam, who was very anxious to cut a deal, we've still seen very, very few details about precisely really what it looks like.
Well, Sarah, this brings me to the president's warning to the BRICS countries that he issued overnight, suggesting that any country aligning themselves with the anti-American policies of BRICS will be charged an additional 10% tariff. We just got the head of one of those countries, President Lula of Brazil, saying BRICS wasn't built to confront anyone as he speaks to reporters at the BRICS summit currently underway in Rio. But do you have a sense of what the president might mean when he says anti-American policies?
Yeah, we saw a little bit from the administration early on where they came out talking about some currency issues on the BRICS. I think they're worried about the trading bloc generally speaking and getting some traction. So this isn't the first time he's come out hard against them. We'll see how lasting this policy is or exactly what he's trying to drive here. It's not a major component of his trade agenda. I would say, I think a lot of these countries should be, again, focused on what's coming on sectorals, whether it's pharmaceuticals or semiconductors. and, where they land on these deals. I think what we're seeing today is a president who's feeling pretty good about of the world. The markets have been pretty good. He's obviously had an impressive legislative achievement and some foreign policy successes. So I think he's trying to kind of caponate this exercise, which has languished a bit. These deals have been hard to get. He's looking to get some progress.
When you consider the voices in President Trump's ears right now, based on what you've seen in these letters and the rhetoric over the past couple of days, is he listening to Navarro and Lutnick or Scott Bessent?
It's always very, very hard to say precisely who. Certainly Bessent was out over the weekend. Lutnick was around. At the end of the day, it's the USTR that really has the technical skills to negotiate this. I think everybody's involved. But certainly somebody's got his attention who believes he's got some bandwidth here to be a little tough and to drive the deal he wants. Again, as we've seen, these do not always hold. It's a long way between now and August 1st, and so I'm not ready to say that everybody's going to get a high reciprocal rate. I think Vietnam did quite well for themselves. I think many other countries will also.
Sarah, it's great to have you back. Sarah Bianchi.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the heirloom barley. This will help to detoxify your body, reduce inflammation, and soak up free radicals through superoxide dismutase. It's a powder. It's a high-density protein. You take it every day. This is a month's supply. You mix it with soft foods, filtered water, a smoothie, or even with milk. But by taking it every day, you're helping to detoxify your body, bringing down inflammation. That's super important for your cardiovascular system, your brain function, and also your immune system. And you're soaking up free radicals. You're slowing down the aging process. You stack this with Boomer Boost to get an added benefit, and it'll help to improve your A1C levels. Another supplement that you should be taking every day is C60. C60 you can get in a 2 ounce, a 4 ounce, or an 8 ounce configuration. It is cheaper to purchase a higher ounce configuration because it's cheaper per ounce. But C60 you can get in extra virgin olive oil, MCT coconut oil, and avocado oil. Take a teaspoon a day every day. I've been taking C60 since 2016, every day. Teaspoon a day, every day. Preferably on an empty stomach for best absorption. If you work out, take it before your workout to soak up the free radicals that you're generating during your workout. You'll notice that you're recovering quicker. And C60, what it does is it soaks up free radicals about 1,000 times more than vitamin C. And by soaking up those free radicals, you're helping the health of your mitochondria. You're going to have more energy in your cells. You're going to have more energy in your tissues. So your tissues will perform better. Your organ systems will perform better. Your immune system will perform better. Your endocrine system will perform better. Your glands will perform better. Your brain function will perform better. Your neurons will perform better. Your vascular system will be better because you're soaking up free radicals. By soaking up free radicals at the vascular level, you're reducing oxidized LDL. By reducing oxidized LDL, guess what? You're reducing plaque formation. Now, C60, by soaking up free radicals and reducing the stress on the cell's healthier. And that way your body can heal and your body is not aging as fast. You do this every day, you're going to notice in the mirror, just your physical appearance, you're going to look younger. In addition, you're just going to have more energy and your systems are going to perform better. When your body has less stress and has soaked up those free radicals, because free radicals cause damage to cells and tissues, when you soak up those free radicals, what will happen is your body will heal. And it has more time to heal because it's in less of a stress mode. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the C60. You can get, again, in a 2 ounce, a 4 ounce, or an 8 ounce configuration, avocado oil, MCT coconut oil, or extra virgin olive oil. C60 has to be in an oil for you to be able to absorb it properly. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get C60. Take it every day. It's part of that health protocol. The health protocol is very simply is what I call the core. The core is taking max 35, max 14 or cleanse to boost up that immune system. That's the first pillar. The second pillar takes C60 as a strong antioxidant. The third pillar is to take the turmeric, the ashwagandha, the lignans to help with your immune system and your vascular system, and to take Boomer Boost to boost up those energy levels and rev up your metabolism. That's the core protocol. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, take it, get the supplements, stack them the way I'm telling you to. You're going to slow down the aging process. You're going to have more vitality. Your immune system is going to perform better. Your brain function is going to perform better. Your vascular system is going to perform better. Your pancreas is going to perform better. You'll have a better gut biome. Your skin will be clearer. This is a great way to get healthy. But it's not just taking the proper supplementation and stacking it. It's also doing other modalities, such as exercise. There are 4 modalities of exercise that you should be concentrating on: cardiovascular, resistance training, stretching, and balancing. All 4 modalities are super important. Drink filtered water, stay away from processed foods, reduce your sugar intake, get proper sleep, learn new things, read, write, talk to people in the real world, have mindfulness or some sort of spirituality. All of these are very important in a holistic approach, coupled with drinking filtered water and staying away from processed foods and taking the proper supplementation. If you apply this in a holistic way, you're going to heal your body and you're going to slow down the aging process. Go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the great supplements that I offer. Thank you for listening, and have a nice day.